It says going live. Hello, hello. Look at this, what a mess. I just had to take my head torch off. See whether I can put that a little bit in front, maybe. Is that better or worse? That may be worse. Okay. Oh, I've lost the brightness. There we go. Okay. Hello, hello, folks. I'll give it a minute for people to arrive. If there's anybody out there interested. Say hello in chat. Introduce yourselves. Tell me who, what, when, where. Where are you? What's the temperature? What's the weather? Early warning. This is a drinking stream. Because I've had one hell of a fucking week. He says swearing within the first 2 minutes, which is against the YouTube rules. Sorry, YouTube. It's been a difficult week. Oh, it's been a difficult, 8 or 9 days? Jack Attack, cheers. There you are, my friend. I haven't seen you in a little while over here. Seen you over elsewhere, haven't I? Oh, let me... Okay, I'm going to read that as cyanide leech. If it's meant to be cyanide leech or something else, let me know. But I'm going to go cyanide leech. Oh, now you're really... UAML. Correct me. Give me a hint on the pronunciation. Okay, folks. This is Delta Mike. I am down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a homeless guy, a vagrant, and all of those YAML. Yay or yeah. Fail reading comprehension. Sorry. Okay, a vagrant, a down and out, all those other synonyms I normally go. I haven't got notes, I haven't got my book in front of me. I can't give you all the synonyms I normally would. This is a TrampCast special. Mark from down the road. Or from in the camp last night. Cheers, Mark. No sun. Not right now. It is currently 8 o'clock at night. We had sun through the day. It's been good through the day, but right now it's night time, just gone dark, and I decided to do the TrampCast at a non-standard time, see whether we get a different audience or bring in some more people. And a couple of my videos this week have brought in some new subscribers. That makes a change. The last couple of months has been a real battle on the subscriber front. Let me finish my intro. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out, all that vagrancy, tramp, homeless stuff. Torrevieja, pronounced as if a Torrevieja. Yeah, we went through 1200 Jack Attack, yeah. It was a real dance for about a month. We were on 1197, 1198. We got to 1199 about 3 times before backing off down to 1195 and then back. Yoga with Helen, it's been a while. I haven't seen you in ages. Hello, Helen. But Torrevieja, city on the southeast coast of Spain, I was trying to say, before I was so politely interrupted by the chat. Keep them coming, folks. It's a TrampCast special. There is no script, there are no notes. We are just as Jack Attack says, we're celebrating 1200 subscribers. We're also, I guess we're commiserating the death of this tent. Because it's done me well. Its birthday was it yesterday or the day before? March the 5th, I think we put this up. So day before yesterday, I think it was March the 5th we put this tent up last year. Probably March the 6th we released the video. March the 5th we had the first 2 police visits over the tent, over this particular tent. They 2 visits in the one night, immediately the tent went up. I know, there's a playlist. There's a whole playlist on me and my police interactions. And they do lose me subscribers. Oh, the tarp. The tarp. My original tarp is what Jack Attack's referring to there. If you're watching, please activate chat. You need to see chat. If you're watching this on the replay, you want to have chat replay. I'll try and, if you're on mobile, chat replay isn't like obvious. You have to put your phone or tablet into landscape mode, sideways. And then you have to tap the video, the actual player, and you'll get like a double speech bubble. One speech bubble behind another is the symbol. That's the chat replay. This stream is best accessed with chat because it's a TrampCast special and I'm trying to interact with you guys. And you want live chat, not top chat, where you can. But my mate Jack Attack there was just referring to my first ever tarp that I picked up from next to a bin here in Spain is now defunct. It is, I mean, it's still pegged up, it's still in place. It's just not doing anything except channeling water into the tent, I guess. And I did get pseudo-emotional. I certainly got reflective about that fact in a video the other day. If you haven't seen it, folks, I made a playlist of the 5 or 6 videos during this last week, what I nicknamed the week from hell, or the week of hell. Basically, we'll get to this shortly. I'm just waiting to see if any more join. I'm a little... It's telling me here I've got 5. There are 5 of you out there, and only 1 has hit the thumbs up. What are you doing? You think I'm going to sit here and chat with you for 2 hours and not even make you hit the thumbs up or subscribe? Ah, get on with it. Get on it, doggone it, as one of my mates would say. Get on it, doggone it. Camelot, I think it's Camelot 331. He's got numbers after his name. NASCAR driver nowadays. Used to just be a YouTubing idiot, but now he's actually a NASCAR driver. Who knew? He used to talk about how he did a bit of driving, a bit of racing. Next thing you know, he's NASCAR. I think he's a little bit old to the party though. He's a little bit late to the game. But good bloke. Give him a follow if you're ever over that way. Camelot, like King Arthur, 331. Where was I, folks? We were about to talk about the week of hell. Okay. So not the week just gone, but the week before, say 14 days ago, I started noticing in the weather forecast that in a week's time it was going to be really, really bad weather. And I mean really bad. I'm in a broken tent and I'm looking at the weather forecast and it's talking about 30 and 40 kilometre an hour winds. What's that for you Yanks? 30 and 40 miles an hour winds, roughly speaking, is what they started to talk about. And this was a week in the future. This was a week ahead of them. So 2 weeks ago, they were saying in a week's time we're gonna get some real bad weather. And I'm living in a field in a tent. If you're new here and you want the backstory, TrampCast 001. Or there was a TrampCast special about a month ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, where I tried to condense the story down. And Jack Attack stopped me. Kept asking questions. Jack Attack and a few others in chat. Sidetracking me. I'm supposed to be downloading that and editing it into a more condensed format. But for those of you that are new and that are wondering who I am, what I am, why am I in a tent, why am I a tramp, the story's out there. TrampCast 001 or the TrampCast special from about a month ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Anyway, so here I am 2 weeks ago and I'm looking at weather forecasts that are talking about all sorts of really wild sounding weather that I'm not sure I can survive. Or put more down to earth, I'm not sure my tent can survive. I had no doubts I'd survive. Me and my doggy here, who you can't see. She's hiding under the covers. I'll introduce Tina shortly, but she's literally, it's a double bed that we're in, and she is here tucked in with me right now. She's got her head down. I shall make efforts to. Oh, you are there. You're not going to be able to. Let's have see. No, you're looking at the back of her head. You're lucky. Normally she shows her arse end as soon as I put the camera anywhere near her. You're fortunate to be getting the. You don't want to scroll through 2 hours. You don't have to scroll through 2 hours. You click my name down below, the Delta Mike. After any video, click the Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. You click that. You go through to live. Click the word live. So clicking the title, the channel name will take you through to the channel page. Click the word live. It'll show you all the live streams, starting with the most recent. Click to sort them by oldest. And you'll see the first one, TrampCast 001. I'll give you a quick 2-minute version. I moved to Spain after I split from my wife. I had money in the bank. She got the house, I got the money. I was here a few years. My bank cards expired right in the middle of the initial part of COVID, right in the early days of COVID. No bank cards. Then I struggled to replace my bank cards, and I only got with one bank, that my main everyday bank eventually replaced my bank card, my ATM card, cash card, whatever you want to call it. I limped along on the remnants of what was in that bank account until I needed my emergency funds. I had a separate bank account specifically for rainy day fund, my backup money. Obviously, it's my rainy day fund. I'm not using it frequently. In fact, I never access the account. I use the internet and I check the account periodically, but no actual transactions, because rainy day fund, right? First time I need it, I contact them. I say, oh, my cards have expired. Can I have a new card, please? And they say, no. That account has been declared dormant. You haven't touched it in so long. We've closed that account. That's dormant. You can't have your money. So in this period, my rent isn't getting paid. In the run-up, I'd taken out as much as I could from my other account. I'd taken, money periodically. Terence from Wales. Hello, my friend. I should say Terry. Your name is Terence, but you signed the emails Terry. So I'm going to go with Terry from now on, if that's okay. Let me know if I'm overstepping. They declared my bank account dormant. I couldn't pay bills. I had the cash I had from the other account, and over time, it all ran out. It all got desperate. The landlord evicted me illegally, turned the electric and what have you off. I spent a month in the apartment after he requested I leave. In Spain, you should have legal protection from this kind of thing when this happens. You hear a lot about people. Yeah, they kept my money, Helen. Yeah, they haven't, to this day, I haven't had access to my money. They declared the account dormant as if I'm dead, and the only way for me to get my money is to step into what they deem to be my branch back in the UK, even though I'm in Spain, and the Spanish police, for some reason, won't let me leave the country. We'll get to that. But I can't just do anything over the internet. I can't talk to them. They declare my account dormant. It's got £7,000. See, I joke about King of the Tramps. I've got thousands of pounds in the bank. They just won't let me have it. And money that's in the bank that you can't get is money you haven't got, effectively. So that, if you want the full story, the guy with the name that I can't begin to pronounce, I'll have a go at. Oh, it's not. Here we go. Live chat. You did tell me how to pronounce it. I'll scroll right back to give myself a chance. Did I miss it? Okay. Yarmel? I'm going to go with y rather than y. Yarmel asked for the intro, asked for the backstory. Technically, yes, Helen, Spanish back, Santander. But I'm told that the English branch, the English offshoot I'm told it was sold off, or that they're a separate entity legally, and they're insisting that I step into the Morecambe or Lancaster branch. My branch was Morecambe, but they've closed that. So they would now tell you that Lancaster in England was my local branch. I have to get back there, physically present myself and a valid passport, and then they will reactivate my account and graciously let me have my money back. But I won't get interest for this entire period that they've had the money and not let me have access. Now my thoughts are, never mind the fucking interest on the money, you've made me live in a field for 2.5 fucking years. I blame you, Santander UK. I blame you. And one day, I will blame you in a court of law. You left me homeless in a fucking field for 2.5 years. I now have a criminal record because of police interactions while over here. I blame you, Santander. And I will be seeking recompense at some point. But I'm not going off on one now because people don't like to see me getting angry. I know that one of my videos where I went off on one about the Guardia Sizzle, as I call them, the Guardia Civil, to give them their proper name, I went off on one about them after they arrested me one time and kicked my dog. And that loses me every time anybody watches that. For every 100 people that watch that video, I lose 4 or 5 subscribers. So don't go looking at it. Are you happy, Mike? Yeah, I'm in and of myself. I'm really impressed with myself. I kind of had a bit of a prepper mentality, but I'm not Corporal's Corner. If you ever watch his channel, Sean Kelly, Corporal Sean Kelly. I'm not like some survival expert. I'm not Grizzly Adams taking off into the fucking wilderness. Rob B, hello. But I've just come through this week. How? If you've watched the videos, I mean, I'm supposed to be talking about the week, and I've been sidetracked by the questions, and that's all right. That's what we're here for the interaction and the chat. I do like these TrampCast specials. They're less structured. If the TrampCasts are structured at all, these are even less. So tangents from tangents from tangents. We can go around in a whole circle. I'll go off on tangents from tangents, and eventually, hopefully, cycle back to where I'm meant to be. Yeah, but I'm generally quite happy with life at the minute. Only because of you guys and people like you guys, the people that helped me. Today, the lady Erika, Swedish lady, think Erika, but mispronounce the E. Offending all of my Swedish friends and all the Scandies. Erika, she came by and brought me another 4 kilogram dog food bag. Glasgow, hello Rob. Yeah, all good. We survive. It's been a tough week. It's been a fucking tough week. Yeah, very soon. Have you got a proper name there, Good Music? I see you every now and again, but saying Good Music just doesn't feel... You got a proper name. You don't have to if you're not comfortable giving it. But yeah, this tent is at an end. What was that? TV program in the UK. Let's Pretend. Let's Pretend is at an end. Ivan, hello, my friend. Is that? Are you Eastern European? Maybe Russian or Ukrainian, or is it just a legacy name from family? But we had a TV program, a kids program in the UK called Let's Pretend, and then Let's Pretend is at an end. Just pretending. Yeah, this tent is at an end. It is no more. It is a deceased tent. This tent is dead. Lasted 1 year. It's lasted me a year. Northern Ireland. I even must stick out a little bit in the Northern Ireland. Okay. Nice to get a name to the handle. Cheers. But yeah, the tent. I got about 7 months out of it. I think before the first major. We had a few problems with the door where Tina went literally through the fucking door, through the mesh, the mosquito net. I got a dog-sized hole in the actual door. But that's to be expected with Tina. How can you buy me a coffee? PayPal is my only way of receiving funds. If you go to my description, there's a PayPal donate page. There's a link there, and I don't think you have to have a PayPal account. I think you can just use a credit or debit card to send money. I think. I haven't used it. I'm the one getting the money. I haven't clicked on it to send money. Sorry, I don't know exactly, but that is my only method of receiving funds other than in person. I thought about signing up with that site. What's it called? The Send Me a Coffee or Pay. But there's always that question of how do you get the money out? With PayPal, I've got a friend. I send her the PayPal money, and well, I had a few people who used to. I'd send them the PayPal funny money, and they'd come here and give me the cash in hand. But okay. PayPal not open in your country. Yeah, that's. I know PayPal isn't. It's not universal. Yeah. But I used to have people. I'd send them the PayPal funny money. They'd bring me the real world money, and then my friend Karen got me a prepaid debit card, and so I send her the money, the PayPal funny money, and she transfers it to the prepaid post office debit card, and I use that. That's my main source of funds over here. Well, a funny story. I went to go to the. In fact, I'll show you this. Look, some of you are going to get annoyed at this, but don't be Puritans. Okay. Oh, look at that. I just turned my light down by accident. Give me a second. Where's the? There. Okay. Over here, I don't know if you can see that. I've got 2 beer cans open. Funny story. Lady came earlier, Erika, brought me a bunch of stuff for the dog, and she brought me a baguette and some cheese and a little bit of meat. And in the bottom of the bag, I didn't notice, but there was a single can of Steinberg Especial. I'm in Spain, folks, so you'll hear the odd Spanish word every now and again, like you can't decipher Especial. But she came and brought that, and I just cracked that open. And we sat, and then my friend Tom arrived. Tina girl. My friend Tom arrived and brought me a chicken dinner, and he brought me a can of Adlerbrow, which is the one of the supermarkets over here. Sorry, it's reversed. Adlerbrow, Consume supermarket. So I'd opened the can inside, and then I'd stepped out, and Tom brought me a meal, and when I sat down, he'd got a can of beer. So I opened that. And I got halfway through it. So I got 2 cans of beer open. Then afterwards, I said, "Oh, I'm going to go across to the Chinese bazaar, and I'm going to buy some beer because I'm doing a TrampCast, and I need to lubricate the throat." I know, there goes 2 subscribers. We just lost in the South, in the Bible Belt in America. We just lost 2 Puritans. I'm sorry, but I drink when I can. No, not like a fish. Jack Attack, you get me a bad reputation. Cheers. Cheers to the subscribers. Cheers to you guys who bothered to come here and watch this. Cheers to those of you that have stuck around for 25 minutes already. God love you. I got no idea why you're here, but can you see? Here we go. Look. Look at this. It's me and my girl. Nom, 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 nom. Do I get a kiss? Kisses. Me and my girl. There's Tina girl. She's got up from out of the bed. Say hello to the peoples. These are the nice peoples who send you pennies for food. This is how we pay for the dog food. We entertain the world and do a bit of e-begging, and that pays for the food and drink. Yeah. No official beer sponsor today, folks. Nobody sent me. If you want to be the official beer sponsor of any TrampCast, make sure to send me a PayPal donation and mark it beer sponsor. Beer sponsor. And if you've got a YouTube channel or a business, if you want a shout out, send me whatever message you want to go with it, and you get to sponsor an episode of TrampCast and lose me another 4 or 5 subscribers. Here's one, Jack Attack. I guarantee by tomorrow we'll be back below 1,200 subscribers. If not by tomorrow morning, by the end of tomorrow, back under 12. That's the aim. We got to get back. We got to get back under 1,200. Folks, I'm a homeless guy living in a field. The temperature's okay. It's been warm enough. At no point this winter have I been truly cold. I've got an electric blanket here in the bed, and I've got an EcoFlow not a Delta. I want a Delta. I've got an EcoFlow Delta on the bloody brain. I just talked someone into buying the Delta this week. But I got an EcoFlow River 2, if you know what that is. And I got an electric blanket, thanks to Mel and Adam. And I used it twice, maybe 3 times. I tested it twice and I used it once. Fell asleep and used all the power, didn't I? Which was why I set a 20% limit on the EcoFlow. When it gets down to 20%, it stops. The way England's going, we'll all be in a tent. I see things, and I don't want to do politics too much, but I'll express general principles. Free speech has been under threat ever since people started talking about hate crimes and hate speech. Like, if you punch someone on the nose, you've punched them on the nose, that's a crime. Unless you've got the argument of self-defense. If you punch them on the nose and call them this name or that name, it's still the same crime. You punch them on the nose. The words don't matter. Once you get into policing speech, it's such a short hop to policing thought. And then you create a culture where people can't say what they want to say. And then they have to say what they think you want to hear. And before long, there's a chilling effect on speech. People can't speak the way they want, which means that they end up not being able to think the way they want, or at least not espouse those thoughts. And then it's a slippery slope. Suddenly, because you've got hate speech, a politician of one flavour can declare the other flavour to be far this or far that, and start arguing that everybody that has that thought should be arrested. And away you go. Anyway, I'm going to end it there because this isn't a political... The dead tent sketch, yeah. Yeah, that's where I was going at. It is deceased, it is no more. This is a dead tent. Net zero and the whole ecology argument. Yeah. I think it's difficult. It's difficult to tell whether the whole global warming or what's the new word for it? All of that, the erratic weather, global weirdness, I think it's been called by some. It's difficult to pin down whether it's a true effect of something or whether it's a normal long-term secular thing that happens every now and again. And then bringing politics. You see, a lot of people used to argue that Margaret Thatcher started all this. She wanted to kill you see, I'm going back to my Scargill roots. I'm a Barnsley lad originally, South Yorkshire, Barnsley. So Arthur Scargill. And the miners' strike in 83, 84, I think it was. And the argument goes that Margaret Thatcher wanted to stomp out the unions, and the miners' union in particular, because they had a lot of power. And so she funded research to show that coal bad. And where there's money, where there's research grants, then you're going to get research that points in that direction. And the tendency is always for the results of the research to reach in the direction that the funders are inclined to. So the argument goes, I'm not expressing an actual opinion on this. I'm maybe a little bit. I'm science-led in general, techie and science, and but I do find the argument persuasive that where there's a motivation in a certain direction, that's the direction things will then go. You give a financial incentive or motive in a direction, that's a direction things will end up going. So I do find that argument persuasive, and I struggle with the global warming arguments. Maybe because I don't understand them fully. Maybe they're not explained well enough. Or maybe they look like there's a little bit of bias in there, as I just explained. So I don't know. Anyway, let's get back on topic. I guess weather was the topic. Oh, Ched's okay. Have you just arrived? I didn't see you here before, Ched's. Oh wow. Let me. I've lost the bit where you explained how to say your name. EML. I'm gonna go with maybe Yamel. Sorry, mate. What country are we talking about here? Have you said? Matthew, hello, my friend. Yeah, we're through it. We made it through the weather. I'm working backwards through the chat because I realise I've missed some. This YouTube app is terrible for not. It doesn't re-engage the chat when people, once it's gone off, give it 5 seconds and it goes away. And when people comment or follow up, it doesn't come back. Mark likes the idea of a beer sponsor. Okay, I think I'm back to where I was. Let me work forward again and answer the ones that I've missed. So my new friend here, Yamel, YML. So my country situation a few months ago, that they shot protests against dictators, and even shot common people in towns to spread fear. Wow, that's terrible. This is why we have to guard free speech. I mean, the American Second Amendment. People being armed, good in principle. The Americans are armed against their own government is the idea. Because we, the Brits, we were their government once upon a time, and the uprising against us is what gave them their independence. And they've held on to that. And I see the argument about having an armed populace being a deterrent against tyranny from government. The only problem with that is that a certain proportion, at any moment, a proportion of your populace is going to be mentally ill. And mentally ill plus gun that's a tricky combination, isn't it? I don't know where I fall on that one, because if you take the guns away from everyone, they just go for swords or spears or knives, as we see machetes in Britain. Big knives amongst certain subcultures, shall we say? Are we allowed? Treading a line. I'm towing a line, aren't I, folks? I'm towing a line here. Let's not get too political. That's not where we were. I don't even remember where we were. Tangents from tangents, and we're supposed to take so many tangents. We head back to where we were. Tina, you've been walked and peed already. What's the whimpering? What's going on, babe? Is there someone passing? Is there someone nearby? Doggy. Oh, you can't see her. I'm in the way. There she is. Just about. She's whimpering. We only just got back from the shop half an hour ago. Oh, here's one. I haven't told you this. So walking back, so I went to the shop to buy some beer because I'm going to do a TrampCast and lubricate the throat. And on the way back, I noticed a bag hanging from the bin. And folks, bin beer. I thought there was 2 bottles in the bag, the shopping bag that was hanging from the bin, but it was 1 bag of these and a jar of olives. San Miguel, bin beer. Can't argue with that. I used to eat bin food. I mentioned this in a video. Was it yesterday's video? Yesterday's video took off like a rocket. And then we hit like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning, and it just stopped dead. And first thing this morning, it didn't pick up again. It just, YouTube just threw the switch. No, midnight, turn that one off. Gone. But I did discuss bin beer and bin pizza and floor pizza. These used to be, these used to be luxuries. Friday and Saturday night, or early the next mornings, you could open a bin up and there'd be a pizza box. And for every 3 pizza boxes you checked, there'd be like a third of a pizza or half a pizza. Occasionally I'd open one and there'd be 2 halves of a pizza. There'd be a half each of 2 different pizzas put in the one box and put just inside the bin, but on the top of everything. Sometimes they were on top of the bin, which is even better because then it's not being inside. But bin pizza, it's a thing. Or Saturday or Sunday morning floor pizza, where the pizza box is on the floor. Someone's staggering home from the nightclub. They've bought a pizza. They've eaten 2/3 or maybe only half, and they just throw the box on the floor. And you get it early the next morning. And okay, it's been lying there a few hours. It's cold, but it's in a box. Nothing got to it. It's fine. Bin pizza. I have had bin curry. I've had bin fish and chips. Not since I started this channel, and the PayPal donations and what have you means I no longer need to be. Well, 2 things happened. The PayPal donations mean I no longer need to be living that life in quite that way. But they changed the design of the bins around here. You can't just throw them open and grab from the top anymore. They're bigger and heavier and deeper, and you have to use a foot pedal to open them, and the food's all, the rubbish is all like deep down at the bottom. So yeah, things changed. They changed. I guess they didn't like, from a tourist point of view, it's not good if every second bin you walk past there's a guy headfirst in the bin digging crap out of there. Tina, you're all peed and pooed already. I don't know what this is, but it's got to stop. As long as you don't pee or poo in my bed. That's not nice. Helen just asked a question. Let me go back again, folks. I don't want to... I'm missing questions. I think I'm here. Oh, Bangladesh for my new friend Yaimel. Sorry. I'll apologise every time Tina, when you was working, Mike, what job did you have? I ran my own business. I was a web designer, web developer, computer programmer. And I moved over time. I moved from managing websites, managing client websites and de-hacking client websites. No. My clients never got, well, very rarely got hacked. But new clients would come along with a hacked website, and I would de-hack them and then secure them so they never got hacked again. And then we built a thing to there was a thing called the farmer hack. Farmer as in pharmacies. People would hack a website and you couldn't see, you couldn't tell you were hacked. Google saw a different page to what you see. You change what's called the user agent, or you detect the user agent string. When a normal browser comes along, you show a normal page. When Google comes along, you show a hacked page with thousands of links to other websites that are also hacked. You build up a big network of hacked pages linking to each other, and then you start pointing them at your online store or at someone else's online store, but with a referral link, so you get a commission. This was the hack. And we built a robot, we built a bot to scan the internet and find these hacked sites. So that's what I did. That was what my company and my company did for a little bit less than 10 years. We started at the time of the, what was it called? The Big Depression, 2008, the recession, the big recession. So yeah, I'm a computer programmer-y kind of guy. Bangladesh 2024. Okay. Tina, yeah, here's my Tina girl. Can we see you, Tina? Not really. No. Here she is. Here's my girl. Hey, babe. I don't know why she's a little bit. She seems like she's a bit uncomfortable. I hope she doesn't actually need the toilet or anything, because, like I said, we walked to the shop and back, and she did everything she needed to do, as far as I can tell. Great beer. Yeah, the San Miguel. It's a nice one. I mean, normally it's a nice one to get for free. Normally I'm on the whatever the supermarket's cheapest beer is. So Steinberg here. This is Mercadona's cheapest beer. Well, this is the Especial. This one's an extra 5 cents. So 35 cents instead of 30 cents for that particular one. Adler Brau is Consum's cheap beer. Lidl's cheapest beer is called Argus, which is like Argos if you're in the UK, like the shop, but with a U. Argus. And they do an Especial. They do a special. It's just like this one. Theirs is 6.5%. Crazy. Loop juice. Sent my friend. There was one time I had the money, and my friend had no money. The guy I was sharing an apartment with, he didn't have the money, but he was willing to walk there. And I sent him down there with a Mercadona carrier bag, Mercadona shopping bag. And at this time, Mercadona shopping bag, but he went down to Lidl. At this time, Lidl didn't sell full 12 packs. They cracked every one of them open, so they were all loose cans. If you wanted 12 beers, you had to literally pick 12 up and put them in your bag. Well, my mate got annoyed at this. He went down there with enough money to just buy a bag full. There was 3 of us in the apartment that night, and we wanted 3 or 4 12 packs because the session was on. And he walked down there, and he wasn't going to stand there picking out 48 fucking cans of beer. He asked the guy, have you got full 12 packs? Have you got, any in the back? Just bring us out 3 or 4 full packs. No. So he opened the bag up, he took his arm, and he just swept the shelf, filled the bag, took it to the till, took it to the checkout. And the girl or guy at the checkout asks, how many is it? He said, I have no fucking idea. It's your job. Get them scanned, get them counted. You did this. You didn't. I wanted 12 packs and you wouldn't sell me 12 packs. You fucking sort it. And he left it to them to sort it. About three or 4 weeks later, they start selling 12 packs. That's how you do it, folks. You put the onus on them to sort out the mess they made. Growing Man and his friends want some beers. They don't want to stand there counting out fucking individual cans of beer when the session's on. So he let them know. He just took his arm and swept across the shelf. You drink wine? I do. Ismo, hey, okay. So here's the third friend that was in the apartment that day that we sent Christian to go and get the beer. My friend Ismo from Finlandia. Ivascula. How you doing, mate? We haven't spoken for a little while. Oh, Dwayne from Tennessee. First arrived during was it the Christmas or the New Year live streams? Maybe this time suits you guys better. Some of you guys that I haven't seen in a while. Maybe my 5 o'clock on a Sunday isn't to everyone's satisfaction. Maybe we'll look at doing these a little bit more frequently. John Aldwinkle, hello there, mate. Mau's a good beer, Cheds. Yeah, Mau's. I don't mind a Mau. This Steinberger Special struck me earlier. Normally lagers just taste like lager to me, or at least all of these cheap ones do. But when I opened this, it had a much more. There used to be a beer. It was a gold. What was it? Oro. Oh, what? I don't remember what the base brand was, but it wasn't the standard beer. It was the Oro, the gold, and it had a different taste. And this reminded me of it when I opened it earlier. Folks, it's been open now about 4 hours. When Tom came and I had my chicken dinner and I opened this other can, I got distracted, so I don't know. Forgive me. Those of you that are about to unsubscribe because the tramp is meeting your expectations. You know, the alky in the tent, and he's in the tent because he's an alky. Whoa. He's just got a little touch sensor on the light. Let me bring the I've got to cycle back and then see where we're at and then work forward. There's Helen asking what were you when you worked. So I think if I come forward from there. Oh, and it's a terrible design, YouTube. Here's the fucking camera. Why am I scrolling through the chat over here? You could have put the chat over here. This. Let's have a look. Tennessee. Okay, there's Dwayne. Yeah, I'm okay. There's my friend Ismail. Do you drink wine? That was. I think I avoided the question, Helen. Sorry. I do. Red wine. What they call a brick of wine here. That's a 1 litre cardboard box. There's no. Some of the cheap wines in England, you get the cardboard box and then there's a silver bag inside and the spigot or tap on the outside. Don't really see that here. It's just a straightforward cubic kind of Tetra Pak, which obviously all stack well on the shelf. And a litre of red wine, 14%, it's just over €1. When I could get to the supermarket, those were, when I was low on cash, well, I'm always low on cash. That would be, even now, that would be the normal shop. A couple of those, and a Coca-Cola, but not a Coca-Cola, a cola. Tina girl, quite. So red wine, card Bordeaux, as we call it, and cola, and I would mix them to make the wine go further. Only, I don't know. It used to be 2 a week. You buy them at the weekend on a Friday maybe. Back when I used to watch Friday Night Tights. If you remember that far back. I've totally stopped watching it now. I was so into that program. And they've just lost me recently. And my hand's getting cramp. Oh, my right hand's getting cramp from holding the phone. I got my hand like that with the phone on the thumb and little finger. Well, shall we see? Oh, fuck. Oh, I've lost the light. Oh. I was going to say, shall we see if I slouch down a little bit, or if I tilt the, where are we from? Here we go. If I tilt it, I don't know, I feel more comfortable, I just don't like the look on screen. Hold on. Maybe if oh, is that a bit, you don't want that on screen directly, do you? Let me move that little speaker. Move that beer out of the way. Is that... How's that? Is that too bright? That's a bit. Oh, yeah, Tina can hear the cats. Like, there are cats fighting outside. Hold on. Oh, Stephanie C. Hello, hello. Tina. John, my Hungarian friend gave me a bottle of Unicum? Okay, Christ it's strong, never saw Sunday. I've never heard of Unicum. Unicum. I don't know. Pronunciation's not my strong point, folks. Okay, there's Jack Attack with the cheers. Let me, again, folks, again. To the subscribers. Look at the time. I'll lose track. Okay, we'll try and do one on the hour, which is what some of the other guys I watch. Jack Attack there, I know from BigClive.com's channel and Scruff Dog. Those guys have certain routines, certain things they do on the hour or on the half hour. I should try and introduce some, some what would you call them? Just some standard. I haven't got the vocabulary. Fuck it. Maybe it's the beer stopping the brain working. This can's almost empty. This was the one from Tom. But cheers to the subscribers. If you're feeling left out because that didn't include you, the answer's obvious. Down there, there's a button that says subscribe. If you haven't hit it yet, if you're not one of the subscribers that I just toasted, just hit that button. You can rewind a few seconds if you want. And then when I say cheers to the subscribers, it'll include you, won't it? See? You gotta think. Okay, I'll just put that on top of the bin bag for now. I don't want to root around too much in the bin bag. Make too much noise for you guys. Now this one, I'd never seen these before I came to Spain. I don't know if these are everywhere, but there's a proper bottle top, but you just pull. There's a ring pull. Those were new to me when I came to Spain. Maybe just because I wasn't a lager drinker. Back in the UK, I drank bitter. Bitter, or IPA as it's often confused with. Give me a good pint of Tetley's or Boddington's any day. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Here we go. My Hungarian friend gave me the Unicum, said John. Never heard of it, mate. I'm assuming from you saying how strong it was that it's a spirit rather than a liqueur or a wine. Although I did have a hell of an experience on what's the green stuff called? The Green Fairy. They banned the real stuff because it made you blind, but the modern incarnation of it, I can't remember the name. The French all drank it, didn't they? I can't remember the bloody name. It'll come to me any minute, but probably just after somebody tells me. 8 o'clock in Glasgow, Rob. Yeah, we're just coming up for 9 here in Spain. We're 1 hour ahead of you. Always 1 hour ahead. Because Hitler. But shush, I did mention the war once in a video this week. I think I got away with it. It was a thumb, says Jacketay. All right. 2 a.m. where Yaemel is. Sorry. Dwayne, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Tennessee. Yeah, you're always a bit backwards in Tennessee. Shite! Joke. Can we all use AM and PM? Oh, clock is the more confusing thing ever. AM and PM, okay, you just 5 PM. You don't like o'clock. O'clock just means off the clock. From back in the sundial days, it's 5 on the clock or off the clock. I'm what Americans call military time. I mainly use 24-hour clock. So we're coming up on 2100 hours. At 9 PM. 9 o'clock. However you like it, but yeah. Can we all use NPM? Thing ever invented by man. Creation. I guess it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's like dates. The way dates are written, the Americans do things different to everyone else. Hemingway bought the last bottle. Yeah, okay. I do. We get the Hemingway references, don't we? Because and I didn't know this. I don't. I know it was one of you guys in comments that told me that I looked like Ernest Hemingway, and I didn't know. And then I went and looked him up, and in the Google results, I'm looking at the pictures, the image search. I'm looking at the pictures, and I saw the picture, and I literally had to stop. I'm looking at pictures thinking I don't remember where I was when that was taken. And I had to remember it's not me. It's fucking Ernest Hemingway. But have you ever had that? Where you're looking at a picture of someone else and you're thinking inside your head, you're thinking, I don't remember that picture being taken. And the reason you don't remember is because it's not you. You weren't there. I've missed something somewhere. I think absinthe. That okay? Yeah. Dwayne said absinthe, but I think that's probably an autocorrect. Absinthe. And Hemingway bought the last bottle, says Stephanie. I assume that's about the absinthe. Thank you, the Green Fairy. I knew, yeah, because when they made it, it would often have what we call wood alcohol. Is it ethanol rather than methanol? I never remember which way those two are, which way around they are. You got the normal alcohol and the other one. Oh, here's Jack Attack. He's off. He's been doing his Google search or Wikipedia. Herbal liqueur of unicum. Have you got the pronunciation there, Jack Attack? Unicum or uni? I mean, the whole unicum thing just sounds. I'm probably going to get banned on YouTube. Don't mention Cholton come hard. A Hungarian herbal liqueur of bitters, drunk as a digestive or aperitif. According to legend, liqueur was created in 1790. Absinthe, yeah, okay. Everyone jumped in after. See, look how far back I am. GMT, yeah, that's the UK time zone. I'm in Spain, so I'm 1 hour ahead. But yeah, you see 12 digits, 12 on your clock. Yes, yeah, Yimel. I'm pronouncing it different. You see 12, not 24. Yeah, but how difficult is it to subtract 12? If it's 2100 hours, just subtract 12, and you get 9. It's adding and subtracting 12 really isn't that difficult. And after you've done it for 2 days, they become automatic anyway. You don't even do the subtraction. It's like your multiplication tables when you were a kid. You learnt that 9 sixes are 54, but now you just know it. You don't even have to do you're not doing arithmetic. You're not doing 6, 12, 18, 20, 9 times. You just know, and it's the same with a 24-hour clock. You look like Jeb from Minecraft. Never played it. I watched Asmongold have a go at it one time. That's all I know about Minecraft. My nephews tried to explain it to me one time, however many years ago that would be, and it didn't make any sense to me because I don't think they fully understood they don't understand the game. Stephanie loves Hemingway. I only know the Old Man and the Sea or the Old Man of the Sea, where he goes out and he catches is it a tuna or a marlin? He catches and ties it to the side of the boat, and by the time he battles for survival, and by the time he gets home, the sharks have had it all away. And the best version audio, I've read it, but the best version audio book is Kiefer Sutherland's dad, Donald Sutherland. No, not Donald Sutherland. Donald, isn't that the British guy? Hold on. Donald. Oh fuck. Have I got the right one? Kiefer Sutherland's dad. It is him. I just don't remember the right name. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the original film. I want to say Donald Sutherland, but that sounds too much like the guy with Windsor Davies in Never the Twain. Oh. That's annoying. Oh, Dwayne's been... Have you just gone away and looked up Hemingway, Dwayne? You've just looked up Hemingway online. Yeah, I think... I wonder if he was ever a milkman in the UK. Hold on. Jack Attack's laughing at John Oldwinkle. I want to know why now. Strong stuff when I only drink lager. Oh yeah, if you switch from lagers to liqueurs or spirits, you can sometimes get knocked. That's what happened to me here. A couple of... Have we ever talked about why I've got no teeth? Well, not so much but why I don't wear my false teeth. While I've been in Torrevieja, I have lost 2 entire sets of false teeth. And not full sets, I would lose the tops or the bottoms. Fuck, yeah. Wormwood, that's, yeah, okay. Okay, it's with a K. Cheap bottle of wine in the UK, £4. Yeah, €1. In fact, when I first moved here, the €1 was a glass bottle, and that was a step up from the cheapest. That was the next one up. You bought the next one up to prove that you weren't a total POV. But I am now a total POV, so I buy the cheapest. Winemaking in Canada. You grow the grapes in Canada. I guess Canada's surprisingly warm in summer, isn't it? I wasn't in Canada, I was in America, but I was in oh shit. Okay, landed in Boston and went north. Tell me the states that are north of Massachusetts. I was in a 203. I was in an area that had 203 states that were all close by each other. Vermont. One was Vermont. I was in Vermont, which is fairly far north in America, isn't it? And whatever the one next to it is, probably to the west, I guess. We went through a place called Manchester, and we kept going north a little bit, and then we went through a place that had one of the big Ivy League universities. Is it Dartmouth College? But Dartmouth College isn't in a town called Dartmouth, it's in a town with a different name. It's a while ago, I can't remember. I was working for an outfit called Joomla Shack. JOOMLA, and shack as in hut. Joomla Shack. Back in the day. These were the guys, folks. I did this thing kind of part-time, this content management system called Joomla. Well, called Mambo, and then there was a parting of the ways, open source project, and it forked, and one of the folks was called Joomla. And after a while, they announced that I was going to be working on Joomla, like exclusively. And the next day, I received 2 phone calls. One from Joomla Shack, who wanted to buy half of my time, which wasn't a bad start when you're just kind of launching a new business as a consultant, and someone wants to buy 50% of your time, 20 hours a week, every week at whatever the going rate was. That was a good start. And later the same day, I got a call from a Japanese multinational company. Well, from the UK arm of a multinational electronics company. I've discussed this before. I don't want to throw their name around too much, but it's they're Japanese. It's 3 letters, and they make a lot of business printers. And they needed some big work doing, big to me anyway at the time. Try and keep my hand out the way. It was a marlin, okay. I had this conversation a few weeks ago, and I came to the conclusion it was tuna, but that's just me with a bad memory. Okay, YML. Favorite colour? Oh, red, I guess. I've always been a Liverpool fan. I like a lot of blues though. Those corporate blues that Microsoft pushed a lot in the 90s. But red overall, probably. Thank you for being here. If you have gone or if you are about to go, thank you. Nice meeting you, and please do subscribe and come back. In the US, cheap wine is Mad Dog 2020. How much would that cost, Dwayne? What's cheap? US grocery. I watch a lot of these culture shock channels where Yanks come over to Europe and are surprised at the differences, the different plug sockets and the different outlets, as you would call them. But yeah, all of that, the different language and all of that. But I've watched somewhere they do the reverse, where they go back to America afterwards and they can't stand shopping. Everything's 3 times more expensive than the UK. Slightly hyperbolic, slightly hyperbole on my part. Not 3 times, but a lot of things are a good 50 to 70% more expensive. Your fresh fruit and veg, Christ. I won't mention eggs because that's a temporary thing to do with bird flu. Basically, you've massacred all of your flocks of birds. All your chickens are dead, and now you're wondering why the eggs are expensive. Might I recommend some kind of inoculation? Science, I don't know. It is Donald Sutherland. Okay, so who's the bloke out? Donald Sinden with Windsor Davis in Never the Twain. You see, and I've met Donald Sinden. I got the Sindens and Sutherlands confused in my head. He died last year. Donald Sutherland. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you corrected. Okay, yeah, Sutherland. Canadian. Okay. We don't have. Oh, okay. Yo, Canada and the US are falling out, aren't you? That because of the other Donald. Politics, folks. Politics. Yeah, I'm torn on the Don. I'm torn. So let me just. I said about my Arthur Scargill kind of roots and being a lefty miners land, God's own country Yorkshireman. But what happened was the left. I was kind of middle. I'm not an extreme lefty. I considered myself a moderate lefty. But the whole world, not the whole world, but government seemed to lurch so far left that they left me looking like a right winger. I've even been called far right online. I've had the Nazi. I didn't like Star Wars, the Disney Star Wars trilogy, and that got me called a Nazi. I am officially far right, so I get to use the N word now because I'm I am so far that way. Yeah, Mel, 35 degrees Celsius here in your country. Okay, that would be Spain on a good spring day and a good autumn day, but we've just had the week from hell, which is what this video is supposed to be about. Yeah, 40 degrees in summer sometimes. We get the high 30s and an occasional 40s here. My tent hits 50, but that's a tent. Rhode Island, Maine, okay, New Jersey. Well, what are we? I've missed something, have I? People are just shouting out American states. Oh, wine from a wine kit. Yeah, okay. I made ginger. There's a video. I haven't done it again since because it got me a bad name. I made ginger beer, which borders on ginger wine, but doesn't get strong enough to be called a ginger wine. Now everybody's just, I'm lost. What, have I missed something somewhere? What's all the American states that have been through? Did I ask a question or did somebody else? Everyone's just throwing out American state names from the East Coast, and I don't. Rhode Island, Maine, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut. £1 a bottle. What's £1 a bottle, Helen? You don't get wine for £1 a bottle in the UK. I'm probably New Hampshire. Oh, you've thrown out the American states because of me asking about when I landed in Boston and went north. Oh, you see, this is how far behind I am. We decided it was Vermont and New Hampshire. Yeah. And there was another one. Somewhere. Yeah. I was in Vermont. That was the house I was staying in. But we were close to the border. There's 3 places. And there was a river. Was it the White River? Either the White River or something like the Cross River. I don't know, guys. This was 2008. I'll tell you how long ago this was. I had a digital camera in my pocket that would do a massive 1/3 of a megapixel for the the entire resolution was 1/3 of a megapixel. The digital camera I had in my pocket. Yeah, Mel. Good night. Battery won't last long. You're on 3%. Nice to meet you, my friend, and please do come back. $3.14. 14% alcohol. Yeah. Eggs are $3.43 a dozen. Here, we get 24 for about €3, maybe just over. They're somewhere between 10 and 15 cents an egg. Last I checked, although I bought eggs at Christmas and they're still in a box in there, and they're probably... Have you ever kept eggs so long that not just they go bad, but the dioxide or whatever inside actually pops and explodes the egg? That's where mine are probably at around now. Eggs expensive. I guess it's happening everywhere. I mean, there is the bird flu thing going on, but also I think sometimes people jump on the bandwagon. Cheers, Helen. Is that you out? Okay. Bye now. Stephanie. You said you went to Vermont. I did. I went to Vermont. I landed in Boston and went north. It's just taking me a while to catch up with chat. I was too far behind. Does anybody want to talk about this last week or not? It was the title of the show. I don't mind. We can come back and do that another day. Have a part 2. Cheers again, folks. Whoa, what's... I got to be careful. This chopping board, let me see if I can show you. No. First click never takes. This chopping board has a handle with a hole in between. I have to be careful I don't put stuff down in the hole and have it all just fall over and go tits up on me. Am I... Okay. Maybe there. Can we still see? No, we can't. This is the star of the show. This is why you're really here. Here she is. Hello, babe. Do I get a kiss? No. I steal a kiss if I don't get a kiss. I need a kiss on camera so that I can come back to it in years to come. You might not have too long left, darling. So I need some memories. Daddy needs some memories. Okay. She's not interested. Where am I? Was I there? That feels wrong. Is that one? And I should probably sit up a little bit. Oh, it's not just that I'm uncomfortable slouching. Oh, it's the seam in the pants. They're garrotting my bits. They're garrotting my bits. Live chat, what am I missing? Oh, okay. Canada gets a new Prime Minister on Sunday. So that's why your man was so outspoken Was it yesterday or the day before when he was having a dig at Donald? Okay, now somehow there's a lot. I thought I'd reached the end of the. I thought I'd reached the end of all the questions, and here we go. Either you've all been, either you've all just spammed me in the last minute, or maybe the chat wasn't updating. You were trying to remember where you were. Yeah, it was a while ago. The whole Vermont, New Hampshire. Vermont's the one, isn't it, that says beautiful in autumn, the leaves on the trees. I was there. I arrived while the snow was still on the ground, and it all melted while I was there. I can't remember, probably March or April maybe. But I know that that part of the world, so that far north in America or into Canada, you have warmer summers than we Brits would imagine. You have these cold winters, but then your summers are warmer than we would expect, and certainly warmer than we get in Britain. He says sitting in Spain where it's been ludicrously hot at times. Yeah. Now you see, I'm having to use my little finger and stay in the middle of the screen. I don't want to be blocking the, with my hand. How does beer taste? I've no idea because it's. Oh, you're okay. Okay, Islam and all of that. Forbidden to drink. How does it taste? It doesn't taste good. Beer, alcohol doesn't taste good. It's what you call an acquired taste. It's like it tastes bad, but you put up with it because of the nice effect it has on your head afterwards. I guess that would be a childish. Yeah, that would be a. Childish is probably not the right word, but that would be a. I haven't got the vocabulary. That would be an initial assessment of it. It's not always a nice tasting thing, but you get used to it and then you start to like it and then you start to look for it. There's a saying about a man takes a drink. How does it go? A man takes a drink, then the drink takes a drink, and eventually the drink takes the man. The progression from a nice drink to I must have a drink to becoming an alcoholic. I'm saying no more. I get a lot of stick. I think I've mentioned the tale of when I walked to the Mercadona. It might have been the last time I went to Mercadona because I can't travel far now because Tina's not very mobile. And there was an English couple walking up the path here, and I didn't know at the time, but I overtook them on the path and we went a different way around one of the blocks, but we ended up arriving at the supermarket at Mercadona around the same time. And when you go into Mercadona, you go in and the first aisle dead ahead and the first item on the aisle is the beer. And I was getting a case of beer. And the woman turns to the man. They stood like 3 or 4 meters behind. They've just walked in the shop right behind me. And she said, "See, I told you." And it's this idea that because I'm homeless and living in a tent, I must be an alcoholic. And they've obviously been discussing this on the way up. And just because the first thing I put in my trolley was, or cart if you're American, the first thing I put in my shopping trolley was a 12-pack of beer. But the reason it was the first thing I put in the trolley was because it's the first item in the fucking supermarket. You then got to go up and down the aisles. But it was... I could have done the whole shop and come here and got it last, but that would have been inefficient. I'm an SAS shopper. I'm in and out before you know that I'm even there. I know what I want, I know where it is, I know which aisle it's on. In, get it, in the trolley, out. And usually, I will know to the penny before I arrive in the shop how much I'm going to spend. I get thrown off sometimes if they put something up by 5 cents or 10 cents. But I have... I'm Tina girl. I've assessed each item and the total before I even arrive. But it was just funny the way that I picked up this beer, put it in the car, and she goes, "See, I told you." I don't know. But alcohol, yeah. Dark beers, I like dark beer. I like a stout, Guinness or Murphy's. But I like a bitter, an ale, you might call it, an ale or an IPA, India Pale Ale. So cold. Imagine once upon a time all beers were more or less black. And then they made an ale that they wanted to transport from England or from Britain to India. And the only way they could make it so that it travelled well, they had to change the recipe. And by changing the recipe, they changed the consistency. And it was a dark brown instead of black. And so a dark brown beer is called a pale ale. Because pale compared to black. Obviously, lager and everything else comes along later. Certainly to Britain. It probably existed at the same time. But to Britain, it $10 for a dozen eggs. What the flip? Nobody. No, you don't need eggs that desperately in life that you're going to pay $1 an egg almost. Nobody. What? Who pay? What? No. No, but who's paying $1 an egg? Somebody needs a talking to. The fuck? Just no. Just do without eggs. Knock the shelf, knock them over in protest. What the fuck? Pardon my French. Canucks. It's not even French, but you know. You're not the 51st state, not yet. Oh, if they annexed, no, that would be war if they actually stepped in. This is where, like I said, I kind of nowadays, I would lean what you would call right. I would kind of lean, not, but the right in America can sometimes be a little bit, they just go too far. That whole, now if a country wants to become part of America, this whole selling Greenland thing or buying Greenland seems ridiculous. If one group of people want to join another, it should be just a vote or whatever. You don't just buy them and get the populace, and you don't just invade and take them. I got to say, on the flip side, Trudeau was a weak prime minister. I don't like that whole truckers protest and how he handled the truckers protest. Going back to our previous conversation about freedom and all of that, that wasn't handled well. The people have a right to protest, even if it means honking horns. That when the police start taking, when people were arriving with petrol, gasoline in the containers for the trucks, and the police were taking it off them. That wasn't great. There was no legal basis. Someone's walking through a city centre carrying a can of petrol. What's the police justification for taking it off them? It's theirs. They have a right to carry it where they want and give it to who they want. Just because you don't like the protest. That was all very weak. I didn't like that at all. But yeah, I don't know. Universal healthcare, yeah. Universal healthcare is not perfect, but it's better. It's better than any alternative I've seen so far. In my humble opinion. Again, I don't want to get too political. The War of 1812. That's not the one where people sailed up the Potomac and burnt the White House down. Was that 1812, 1770, plus a few years? Could be, I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right. I don't know enough of the history of it and the mindset, but don't start arguing, guys and gals, about you need oil, we want oil, we've got oil. Have you heard of Alberta? Alberto was a frog in on board when I was a kid, but we know of Alberto. We know it exists. Don't know much about it, but Alberta Einstein. Okay. Oh, we're arguing. We're arguing. I don't like my chat arguing. I'm sure we've all got universities. Harvard is okay, I'm sure, but I'm behind, guys. I'm behind. Athabasca oil sands. Don't know that one. Let's talk about beer and music or the weather this week. Does anybody remember the purpose of this chat, of this video? Sorry, oh, my phone's down to 38%. I'm gonna have to plug in soon. We'll either have to end the video, or I'm gonna have to bring the EcoFlow. Oh God, I walked through into the other part of the tent earlier. Wet feet. The carpet is waterlogged. Here we go. Here we go. We're discussing beers where I am now. Oh, now we're back to Denmark and yeah, Iceland and Denmark and America. Yeah, you're part of the Commonwealth. Absolutely. That's why I said if you're invaded, I'm absolutely certain it would be boots on the ground from Britain. I mean, there's a talk about the special relationship and what have you with America, but I feel it's often abusive on America's part. Like in the war itself, in the Second World War, America stood off the isolationism, kept themselves separate, offered us support, but it was all done on loans and financial aid. And we only paid off the loans from the Second World War within the last 10 years, I think. So I don't view the special relationship. People to people, British people, American people, get on great. No problem. But governments can be manipulative and yeah. Jack attack. How was the week? Let's steer the conversation back. Let me see. I don't think I'm too far behind. Dwayne's off and he's going to come back later. Okay. Nice to see you again, my friend. I don't think I've seen you since the Christmas specials, Christmas and New Year. But yeah, talk somewhere else. I don't mind people discussing stuff, but let's not get argumentative. Okay. How was the week, says Jack Attack. We're all caught up, or I'm all caught up. The week was hell, my friend. The week was hell. It started with those warnings in the week, so 2 weeks ago. They said, hey, Friday and Saturday are going to start getting bad. And I monitored that whole week. And on the Wednesday and the Thursday, they were saying, oh, it's going to get really bad. Friday's going to be bad. Saturday's going to be the worst. And then the following Wednesday's going to be bad. And I knew I was in this rickety tent, so I went around doing some modest repairs, I thought, trying to patch things and strengthen things. And I got my emergency, like my backup plans. I've got tents. A bloke called Conrad arrived a couple of months back and brought me I think a 3-man tent and an emergency, like a survival sleeping bag, and one of those pads, like those yoga mats, those pads you put on the ground to sleep. And I started. We're okay, Stephanie. You're one of the old school. You've been here a while. Don't worry. 16 next Tuesday here. So excited. I'm lost. What does the 16 refer to? Is that a temperature thing? Are you saying it's going to be warm? Not sure. No, you're okay. Don't worry. It's everyone's welcome, and you know, whenever people are expressing opinions, there'll be disagreements of opinion. That's okay. Let's just not let it Let's just not let it get out of hand. It's okay. So yeah, the temperature is going to get warm. Okay, 16. That's 61 for the Yanks, isn't it? That's 61 in Fahrenheit. I remember that one, 1661, because you just reverse. It's like 1984 was released in 1948. Written in 47, released in 48, and named 84. Okay, where was I? So, yeah, they're saying that the weather's going to get bad the Friday and the Saturday. And as we get closer, well, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as we get closer, they keep backing off from it. The Thursday becomes Friday. As we get onto Thursday, oh, it's going to be Friday afternoon, not all day Friday. This is why I named Saturday as the first day of the week from hell, even though Friday was supposed to be, because it never happened. They kept backing off and backing off. 9 a.m., midday, middle of the afternoon. Oh, it's going to be 10, 11, 12 o'clock on Friday night before it starts raining. So I went with Saturday as day number 1. Friday was like day 0. I'd made these patches and repairs and preparation, strengthened bits of the tent. But what was really worrying me wasn't so much the rain, it's the wind. The forecasts, 40 to 45 kilometers an hour is the average speed. So that'll be 30 of your Earth units, 30 miles an hour. But with gusts going 50% higher, 60, 65 and above kilometers an hour. It was really worrying. Yeah, 70 kilometre an hour, it's not to be sniffed at. But if you're in I was going to say brick house, but a lot of you guys are in wooden houses on that side of the pond, aren't you? I have had rants about that in the past. Let's not go there now. We've had enough arguments for one night. The 3 little piggies. Okay, Thomas, hello and goodbye. Thank you for calling in. The story of the 3 little piggies with the brick houses. Stephanie's in a double brick house. So by double brick, you're talking about a cavity wall. You have the inside wall and the outside wall and a little air gap in between. Often nowadays they'll fill that with insulation, but we used to. Most of the houses I've lived in were like that. Cavity, 2 bricks, cavity, and sometimes there's a course of bricks joining them together. Yeah. Cheers again, folks. This will be empty soon, hold on. Help it on its way. Cheers, guys. But the winds, that was the worry. And they started probably that Friday afternoon. They started but they built gradually into the evening, and it took no time at all the preparations, all the fixes, all of my preparations and strengthening of the tent, most of them were blown away in the first 12 hours once it hit. So if you've seen by my door, I had a slit from ceiling to floor, and I put some bin liners, trash bags, trash liners, whatever you want to call them. We have different words for these things. Separated by a common language often, I know. But biscuit talk, as Scruff Dog would call it. The split had been there for months, but I put these inside the split. I started with a bin bag and I took it out through the slot and then down to the ground, and okay, Guinness has changed recipe. Dad Atroski, are you just arriving or have you been lurking in the background? Guinness owned by a British company. The beer multinationals, they're huge, aren't they? There's a big one, I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's like when Cadbury's chocolate got took over a couple of years back, and they they change the recipe and change the ingredients and stuff, and suddenly it doesn't taste quite what it did. Americans out there, your chocolate tastes like vomit, smells of vomit, and the company that makes it admits it, and it was a deliberate thing they did in the Second World War. When the guys got their care packages, when the Yanks that were over here, how did it go? Overpaid, oversexed, and over here. Yeah, that. When they got their care packages from home, the first thing they did was eat the chocolate, and the authorities didn't want them. They wanted the chocolate to last and not be such a feature. Because once the soldiers had eaten the chocolate, they got depressed. Now I've got no chocolate. So they started introducing an element into there that souring, that, and it is literally a chemical that is found in human vomit. When the acid in the lining of your stomach comes up, that's the carrots in your vomit. One of the chemicals in there they added to Hershey's chocolate, and it has two effects. It makes the chocolate last longer, and it also makes it slightly less appealing, so that the soldiers didn't eat it straight away out of their care pack, ration pack, whatever you want to call it. And over the course of 3 or 4 years while they were stationed over here, that's the taste that they became used to. So when they went home, they insisted on the chocolate tasting the same. And you guys have been eating vomit flavoured chocolate ever since. So when you get a proper piece of Cadbury's chocolate from 2 or 3 years ago, it was an absolute fucking revelation to you. You go and watch the US reactions, the people in the US that get British chocolate. Their reactions, it's astounding. And when they go back to their own chocolate, they can sense the vomitiness of it. It's hilarious. Again, my Stephanie prefers Cadbury. Everybody prefers Cadbury. Even Cadbury now is better than the vomit Hershey's, but Americans don't know it because they've just been eating the vomit flavoured stuff for 80 years. Oh shit, Dada Chosky, heart attack last month. Shit, I hope your recovery's going well. Are we looking at what, pacemakers or anything? Or is it stents and I guess there's various courses. Diageo, yeah, that wasn't the one I was thinking of, I don't think. Unless it changed name in the last... No, maybe not. Okay, yeah, different people are saying Roundtree. Yeah, Roundtrees. That was... was Roundtrees? That wasn't Birmingham, was it? That was Cadbury. One of them was Birmingham-ish. Guinness, historically, Guinness doesn't travel well, going back to a previous conversation. I remember Irish people coming and drinking Guinness in my local, the Pier Hotel in Morecambe, back late 80s. And they didn't like it. They were always saying how different it tasted. And I was never sure whether it didn't travel well or whether it was being brewed under license in the UK and maybe different water. Do you remember who made the jam with the gollywog? Are we even allowed with the golly? You're not allowed to say that last part. Sorry, YouTube. It's a mistake. Not Robinson's. Was that Roundtree? Who made the jam with the golly? It was made in Aintree, and it was made with spring water, well water. Robertson's. I had Robinson's in my head and I couldn't get past it. Robertson's with the golly. Sorry for saying the last 3 letters when I said the other thing. YouTube, don't ban me. Western Oriental Gentleman, I think, was Westernized Oriental Gentleman. I don't know where I'm pulling that from, maybe out of my ass. But that was the 3 letters at the end of that word. Robertson's, yeah. Well, it was made in Aintree, and they moved production and nobody could work out what had changed with the flavour. And it turned out it was the well water in the original place, in the original location. They literally had a well like under the, I'm going to say factory, but I don't think it was that. You're from Aintree, okay. So the Old Roan pub, I'm going to, there was the Old Roan, and you follow a road around, and there's a police, there was a, late 80s, early 90s, police station. Oh, shit. See, my mate Billy, well, my dad's mate Billy employed me for a little while. I moved between, I spent half the week in Liverpool and half the week in Morecambe. So you had the Old Roan, I can't remember the name of the road. It was like a it wasn't a circular, it was a new bypass at the time, something like that anyway. And there was this police station, the Old Roan, and then there was this set of workshops. My mate bit Copy Lane, yeah, there we go, Copy Lane police station. Yeah, thank you. That, yeah. Oh, a Trotsky, Dana Trotsky, pacemaker with a built-in defibrillator. That saved you long enough to get to hospital. Is that painful? I can imagine. I mean, I guess you're already in pain with your heart not working. You're already on the ground, curled up in pain. But the internal defibrillator going off on the heart, that can't be nice. Getting back to some semblance of God, yeah, that's huge Beatles fan. Where did I go? Oh, I got a mate. Okay, my mate Foxy when I was at college. Oh, I think I've told this once. So my mate Dave Foxcroft from Lancaster, he's Foxy. He's gone out with this girl from Liverpool, and they sat in a bar at the docks, at the port docks, whatever you want to call them, in Liverpool. And he's been talking to this guy for like 2 hours. They're all getting bevied, and him and his girlfriend go to the bar. And Dave turns to his girlfriend and he says, "That bloke I'm talking to doesn't half look like Ian Rush." Liverpool footballer, late 80s. And she gives him a smack. "It is, you dickhead." Yeah, he sat talking with Ian Rush, one of the greatest strikers in football history. He sat talking with him for a couple of hours without knowing it's him, and then turns to his girlfriend and says, "This bloke doesn't half look like Ian Rush." Phenomenal. I don't know how I got there. Liverpool, I guess we're talking. Hold on. I gotta work out. I've lost Bourneville. That's the one in Birmingham. Is that the one in Birmingham? There was Bourneville and there was Cadbury's. I forget more than I know. I used to know a lot. I used to know a lot about a lot of things, and now I'm Roundtree, York. Where is it? Okay, maybe. Yeah, okay. This must be fascinating, just what you're watching a guy scroll through chat not knowing what he's talking about. Stephanie wants to go to Liverpool though. Huge Beatles fan. As a kid I never rated them, but I didn't understand how revolutionary they were in terms of music. People who really know music will tell you that you can look at music, certainly British music, and that basically you can split it as before Beatles and after Beatles. I know in America they look at music and it's the guy with the wall of sound, the music producer that he got locked up a couple of years back for murder or attempted murder. But he managed Sonny and Cher and all of those guys back in the 60s. The Wall of Sound. I can't remember his bloody name. How was the week? Yeah, it'll take a week to get through this, won't it? Where was I? The old drone is getting knocked. Oh no, that's like a historic landmark. Does the railway line goes right over the top? Yeah, isn't the railway station on top of the roof? Kind of. It's old drone's getting knocked down. Dadachowski was in. It was painful as hell. Yeah. Oh, the heart attack didn't have you in. Oh, it's fibrillation, so you didn't really notice it. Oh wow. You have you had stents? Have they done any of that, or is it just it's the rhythm? So it was pacemaker rather than blockages. Yeah, they had the state. Yeah, the line goes above the pub. Yeah, yeah, because you come out the station and down the steps, and the pub was on your right. I'm going to say I turned right and under a bridge and away. I'm going back to 88, 87. Oh God, it's been a while. Copy Lane Police Station. Thanks for reminding me of that. I couldn't have got there. I wouldn't have got there. Phil Spector and the Wall of Sound. Yeah, thank you. You see, it's there, but it doesn't. This okay. Possible family history of Alzheimer's. Part of the reason I wanted to come to Spain after things ended with the missus and what have you, my mum died aged 60 and had been suffering mild. I would say she'd been like for 20 years she'd run through the names of everyone in the family before she got to me. Including my sister's name sometimes. It wasn't just like naming all the males. She'd throw out my sister's name. Like imagine, it's your mum, but she's going through 3 or 4 names to get to your. And we'd laugh and joke about it for years, and it never got bad. But I just have those. It can be inheritable. It can be also. She has schizophrenia, or had schizophrenia, and that can be heritable as well. So I've always had that worry. The schizophrenia tends to be more in the female line. I'm remembering from research. So my sister probably should be more worried than me on that one. But yeah. But so the answers always had me worried. And I noticed I used to be good in pub quizzes, and I noticed in the last few years before I came out here, I'd be like I was now. I can give you a clue as to what the answer is. So Phil Spector, that bloke, Wall of Sound, managed Sonny and Cher. I give you the clues. I just can't get to the answer. So it's like I'm playing charades to the rest of the team, trying to give them the answer. And of course, everyone else on the other teams is watching and hearing and listening, and it all gets awkward. So that was always a worry. I haven't noticed any deterioration in myself. I've reached a level of dumbness and it doesn't seem to have got worse. Although I maybe do struggle with Sudoku a bit more than I used to, but that might be a concentration thing. Yeah, I know that dementia is a catch-all. It's an umbrella term for a whole host of things. Dadachowski had stents years ago. Okay, after the first one. It is, Stephanie. It is an awful disease. In the end, when it deteriorates fully, it robs you of people. It robs. They're not. But they're still. There's like a ghost of them still there, still in front of you. If you watch Big Clive, if you search YouTube, bigclive.com, where dot is the word. bigclive.com, DOTCOM. Clive has a video of his experience of basically nursing his mother through her final stages. It's an incredible video. Yeah. He can sum it up better than anyone else I've seen. There's a lady here who helps me a little bit, and her mum's going through it, so she's going through the nursing side of it. Um, yeah, I pointed her at Big Clive's video. It is an incredible video, just down to earth and yeah. Okay, folks. I think I'm caught up with chat. Where did we get to with the weather this week? We're still on Friday last week. Oh, I've got to check the. Okay, 22%, not too bad. When it hits 15, I'm going to have to plug it in. Or, I guess we're coming from 2 hours. I don't know. How long do you guys want to stay? Do you want me to keep rambling on? Or is this just a hangout and we just call it quits when we hit 2 hours or 2.5 or 3? Tell me what you want. You're the audience. You're in charge. Folks, if you haven't already, I'd appreciate a thumbs up. 13 thumbs up at that. I want to get my record's probably somewhere around 20 during an actual live stream. I accrue a few other thumbs up afterwards, but the majority come during the live itself. I'm trying to hold my beer and see the chat, which your dad's been gone for 24 years, Stephanie. Let me think. My mum died January 2005. Is that right? It is. She was just over 60. So 2005. 20 years ago, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Time flies. I still remember that day. Got a phone call. My mum had an asthma attack. Now, she'd been deteriorating for a while. She had COPD. She'd been a smoker all her life. We tried from kids. We swallowed the school. I'm going to say propaganda. Don't take that wrong. They're not wrong. Just because it's propaganda doesn't mean they were wrong. But early on we took the school, storyline. You know when you see the lamb's lungs and the dogs chain smoking and all of that. So we came home and asked Mum not to smoke, and she carried on. She couldn't stop. She tried to stop, bless her, but she couldn't. So she had COPD. She had early signs of lung cancer. One of the early signs is these calcium deposits in the chest, lungs particularly, but I think elsewhere as well. She had all that. We suspected that the Christmas that had just gone was going to be her last, but we thought she'd have, the best part of a year, maybe a little bit more. But January the 9th she got to. She had an asthma attack. Wasn't too bad by all accounts. By the time the ambulance arrived, it was kind of over, but they insisted on taking her in anyway. So my mum climbed into the ambulance, laughing and joking. Climbed in under her own power, got in. My sister went with her. They took the ambulance ride to the hospital, got out. My mum was checked in and put in what's called an observation ward. So you sit in bed, but they take their time to look at you and decide whether you need to be admitted or not. You're just observed for 12 hours, 24 hours, whatever. While she was there, she had another asthma attack, and that was her. Gone. No, Tina. It's just people walking past. Hey, it's okay, babe. You can't see her. Tina, go. It's okay. It's just people walking past. I'm wanting to settle the phone in a more comfortable position, but I've got my hands full this side. But yeah, 20 years ago now. Cheers, folks. Yeah, the big C, cancer. It is a terrible disease. Again, it's another one that's not really one disease, isn't it? It's an umbrella term for a whole collection of diseases. There will probably never be a cure for cancer. There'll be cures for individual cancers or groups of cancers. It looks like some of this stuff where they're turning the immune system, immunotherapy, where they customize your immune system. They'll take some of your white blood cells or your stem cells even that become the precursors of some of these other cells. Take those, train them to attack certain signatures, and then multiply them in your body. Take out thousands and turn them into millions or billions, and then pump them back in, but trained to attack specific signatures. And there have been some miracle miracle cures. I don't want to get religious or anti-religious because I am an atheist, really. But there have always been stories of people with cancer having miraculous cures. And when you look back, what they find is that a lot of the people who had, let's say you had an x-ray in the 50s and there's cancer, and then you have an x-ray a month later and it's gone. There were these stories, and you're like, oh, it's an error with the x-ray machine, or there's a mix-up, it's someone else's x-ray. But no, when they look back, the person who had the cancer maybe got a really severe bout of flu or something in the meantime. And what happens, they now propose or hypothesize, is the immune system detected the flu, kicked into an overdrive, and said anything that looks slightly wrong that you might have let pass in the past, you let it go and didn't attack it, just grab it. And so the immune system went into overdrive, and those are your miracle cures. X-ray with cancer, 1 month later, zero cancer. Immune system. And the clue was kind of there all along, but was kind of poo-pooed. Oh, it's a mix-up in the hospital. You got the wrong X-ray. It's a con. You never had cancer. It's bullshit. It's phenomenal. And what they can do now with some of these blastomas, these brain cancers that were once thought to be totally untreatable. You basically, if they detected these certain cancers, there was a 95% chance you were going to be dead within 12 months. And now they're treating them and getting quite good survival rates. The thing is, it's deadly expensive, and they can only treat a certain number of people. And that's the painful thing to realise, that people are going to die because the health service can't afford to treat everyone. But improvements are being made, and one day they'll get there. Yeah, asthma, smoking, COPD. It's a terrible thing. But my mum tried. She tried all of the the hypnotherapy and acupuncture. Listen, it's a 3,000-year-old science that hasn't really been proven by science. It might have certain physical effects on physical things, but addiction isn't really a physical thing, is it? It's possibly the great. I read something from someone. It suggested that the greatest kind of con that has been pulled on humanity is telling people that it's difficult to give up smoking. If you tell people that, then they'll think it's difficult and they'll not be able to do it. And yet some people can right, that's it, that was my last cigarette, I'm done. And that's them done. No difficulty, no physical after effects, no physical withdrawal, no, just done. And it's been suggested that telling people, oh, it's really difficult to give up, is what makes it be difficult to give up. Once you believe that you're trapped and can't give it up, you can't give it up. Now, I've no idea, as a kid, I thought I had an addictive personality. For me, it was the slot machines. Whenever we went to the seaside, I lived in Barnsley, or a village called Darfield, just outside Barnsley, D-A-R, derived from Deerfield, but mispronounced and misspelled over the millennia. Viking word, apparently, originally. But we'd often go to the seaside, Bridlington, Filey, Whitby, Scarborough, all those places on the east coast, all those nice places. And we kind of had a caravan in Cleethorpes for half a dozen years. Always loved being by the sea, and when you're at the seaside, there was always the slot machine arcades. And I had a somewhat, I questioned whether it was an addictive personality, but it was maybe more just compulsive. I could get hooked on things, So this was where computer programming grabbed me once upon a time. Computer game playing led to computer programming. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, when computer magazines first came out and they printed those printouts of programs, and you had to type them in, and there was no way to save them. You typed them in, and then you could play that game for like that afternoon. It was gone. If you wanted to play that game again the next day, you got to type the bastard thing in again. And then we orders. Whoa, disconnected. Okay, maybe you were disconnected while I was swearing. That might be a good thing. I was talking about computer programming and typing in computer games from magazines back late 70s, early 80s. And how you could type if you wanted to play a game, you had to type the whole game in, and you could play it that afternoon. But as soon as there was no way to save it, as soon as you turn the computer off, that's it, it's gone. You want to play the same game again tomorrow, you got to type it in again. That wasn't fun. And then we started hooking them up to tape machines and being able to save the output, save the game to a tape deck, a cassette deck, and read it back in, hopefully. One time in 10. And then we got floppy drives. What a revelation those were. Anyway, I've gone off on one. I've tangents from tangents. Where am I, folks? Where am I? Was I covering the mic? It's painful to hold. I'm gonna my hand got in the way. Who said Stephanie never smoked? I've never put a lit cigarette to my mouth, Stephanie. I did put a cigarette to my mouth as a kid, unlit, and my mum made me eat it till I was sick. Some would call that child abuse. Oh shit. Sorry, folks. Trying to adjust and find the right balance between the angle and the light, and not putting my hand in front of the camera. Oh, I got the hiccups. Oh, you see, now I'm struggling to read. Chat's so far away, I'm struggling to read. When the inevitable happens, I made my bed, haven't I? Oh, here's Thomas. Thomas is a smoker. Giving into it. You're just accepting that I'm a smoker. If it gets me, it gets me. It doesn't get... Oh, shit. Sorry, folks. I've got the hiccups. Maybe it's the beer. Or maybe it was the chicken dinner that Tom brought. Yeah, accepting the inevitable, but like I said, it doesn't get everybody. Not everybody gets the lung disease, the COPD, or the cancers. It's quite an individual thing. There's even a theory. Have you heard this one? There's a theory that it's not the nicotine or the tar or any of the other stuff. Did you know that tobacco is radioactive? When you look in your pack of cigarettes and they're wrapped in silver foil, that's why they're wrapped in that silver foil. I can't remember if it's alpha particles or beta particles. Alpha or beta. It's definitely not gamma, or you'd have all turned green and be hulking out. But there's a reason that cigarettes are wrapped in silver foil. Jack attack, look, gave it up, just stopped. Just told yourself it's a bad thing to do and give it up. Telling people that it's difficult to give up is probably what makes it difficult to give up. It's almost a conspiracy theory, but it might be true that is the yeah. Heart attack in 98, you've been a heavy smoker. Yeah. Oh, Stephanie typed something and deleted it. I hope it wasn't rude. Trying to find a vampire so you can live forever. Yeah, that's the way to go, maybe. Plug it in. Oh, what are we? Oh shit! I'm down to 12%, folks. Thank you, Jack Attack. If that was a comment to me, can you? Now's the time, folks. If you need the loo, if you need a loo break, this is the advert break. I've got to get my head. I've lost my head torch. Here it is. Look at this. I got to put my head torch on to go into the other room and make the arrangements. Give us a second. Oh, if you don't mind, I'm going to mute the microphone as well. Oops. Because call of nature as well while I'm on my way. Give me, let's call it 2 minutes. We're on 4:30, 2 or 4:30. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, folks. Oh, take that off you. I'm back. Is it less than 2 minutes? I don't know. Now that's, I thought the phone just said it was on 12%. I just checked it now and it's just 7. Can you hear me again? I have turned the microphone back on. Saber Wolf. Now there's that. The Amazon Amstrad CPC 6128. I played Saber Wolf, and I won it. I got to the end. Yeah. Oh, you've all carried on talking without me. ZX Spectrum, I think in certainly in Britain. British concert, late 70s. Yeah, I think the Spectrum and the Spectrum was colour, wasn't it? What was the one before the Spectrum? Oh, I don't know. The Spectrum was the colour one. That's why it's called Spectrum. It had the little rainbow on the corner. We're all back. I'll start at the end here. We're all back. Okay. Mark visited the tent this week. It's had it. It has, mate. It has. Let's all ask a question so he has to answer. Listen, I did you a favour turning the microphone off. There are people that say I'm too poor to afford a pot to piss in, but I actually do have a pot to piss in and it's over there in the corner. And if I'd left the microphone on, you would have got the full benefit. So I'm doing you a favour. Sponsored by P. Freely. Yeah. I should have left the camera pointed at Tina, shouldn't I? I should have. I didn't think. Lace the cigars with poison. I don't know. I think tobacco contains tobacco. The plant contains a lot of these different chemicals, but it definitely is radioactive. Hence the silver foil. Tapes, the CPC micro. Yeah, the girl next door that I had a crush on had they had the Amstrad CPC 464 with the tape deck built in, but we waited a little bit longer. I guess we didn't even know they existed, and then we saw hers, and I think my mum went out to buy a computer, and they had the floppy disk drive, but it was non-standard. It wasn't the same size that PCs adopted, so it wasn't what's the word? It wasn't compatible with the IBM PCs that came out around that same time. I guess the IBM PCs were a little bit later, were they? I remember IBM PCs or IBM compatible PCs from 90, maybe 89 or 90 onwards. Whereas the CPCs we had were 84 or 85. But maybe the IBM compatibles were earlier and I was just late to them. Okay, I've got back to where Jack Attack said plug it in, which I assumed was a message to me about, because this was a lot further discharge than I thought. Even then, when I looked, I'm sure it said 12%, and I thought, oh yeah, better do it. But no, we're down on 7 and 8. Thank you, Jack Attack. You saved me from green screen. So the computer, the Amstrad CPC 6128, had 3 display modes on the monitor. You had one which was really fine, 80 characters wide, which only did 2 colors. That only did the monochrome, green on black. I think green. I think green on black. Might have been yellow on blue when it came to code. Well, there was a colour palette to choose from, but you only had 2 colours, was basically how it was. You could set 2 colours, and that's all it could display in 80 character mode. The standard mode was it 60 characters? And you had and then you had more colour options, or 40 characters wide with even more colours. Is how I remember it. There's a tent fund. There's a PayPal account and all donations are welcome. Link is in the description of every video. Sometimes it goes into the pinned comment. It depends how much of a beggar I feel like being. How I don't like asking, so it's something about Dickens. Where are we now? You doubted me, Dadachowski. I told you that the tobacco is radioactive. Here's one for you. So are bananas. That's what you always wondered, why your cigarettes were in silver foil. Oh, Mark's back again asking about the convicts. I didn't even know that. I couldn't remember Magwig or something. Magwitch. That's the main one, yeah? Told you it had a G in it. I just remembered that now. And I might be pulling that out my ass. So the main one, the guy who gave him his benefactor, he thought it was Miss Havisham, but it was the convict, Magwitch or something along those lines. I said earlier or yesterday, I said I thought it had a G in it, and I've just pulled that out of nowhere. That hold on, Jack Attack said 81 question mark. What's that to? Is that Jack Attack messing with me? He's putting an answer out there. Now I'm going looking for a question that doesn't exist. I gone back far enough. Maybe it was a year he was guessing at. Oh, he's gone off. Okay, there's Jack Attack talking about the Amstrad CPC 464. You see, he's offering a different model numbers. CTM 640. Yeah, okay. Eventually, this shit just connected to a telly. ZX81. Okay, yeah. Before the Spectrum. That's right. My mate had a Star Trek game, and it was literally zeros and L's on the. That was the grid mapping out where different spaceships were for you to attack, and this was supposed to be a Star Trek game. Auric 1. I don't know the Auric 1, I don't think. Now, Aurak. If you'd said you had an Aurak, I would have an Aurak out of Blake 7. Aurak or Zen. This is my dream, guys. I want to own one of these, like Alexa. Whoops. Sorry if you've got one and I've just triggered it. I want to own one, but rename it and not have to pick between the lady's name I just said, or computer, or whatever the other word. I think you can call it. You can call it Amazon, Alexa, or computer. I don't want to be limited. I want to call it Aurak or Zen. Hold on. Stephanie can't read Dickens. Finds him boring. Oh wow. There's a hot take. Hold on. Hold on, it keeps jumping away when I let go of the. I want to see the. I want to see the hot take about not being able to read Dickens. Find him so boring. The man was paid by the word, so that explains a lot. Problems with Victorian male authors. The Brontes are awesome. They were. I like the Brontes. Although a bit slushy. Wuthering Heights. I mean. Wuthering Heights. What's the other one? With. Oh God, where she marries the bloke and he's got the wife locked up in the attic. I can't remember the names of them. Come on, I know. I'm doing that thing again where I know what I want to say, but I have to do charades to get there. What's he called? Mr. Something or other. She's the governess for the kids. He's got 2 kids, but she didn't know that his ex-wife or whatever is locked up in the attic, and someone will tell me. Jane Eyre. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay. Okay. Did there was a brother, wasn't there? Did he ever write anything? You know, when we first started this part of the conversation, I knew his name, and now I don't. Branley, Bramwell, I don't know whether he ever wrote anything. Mr. Rochester, yeah, look. Fuck. It's so easy to remember once someone's just told you the answer. It's like there are 2 neurons that want to link together and just the bridge in the middle's missing. And once you're given it, it's like, of course. Branwell. Oh, they all died fairly young from what I remember. Oh, I forgot to silence that. Let me just quick look, see. I don't know what that was. Okay. It's a PayPal receipt. Thank you, Paul B. I don't know if you're here right now, Paul. I haven't. Maybe I've overlooked you, or maybe you're just watching a video and sending. Sorry if you are here and I haven't seen you. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. Paul. Nay, no, don't be sorry, my friend. No, 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 no. All contributions welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Don't be sorry at all. All contributions welcome. I think I'm going to give up on trying to talk about the weather this week. We might have to do that another day. I still owe a TrampCast for last weekend, for the 7 days up to the weekend. 7 days up to last Sunday. And then, of course, there'll be this week's as well. So I'm not going to do them out of order. Maybe tomorrow I'll come back and do the TrampCast proper, but not for this last 7 days, for the 7 days up to Sunday, which captures the beginning. It captures the build up to the week of hell and the first couple of days of it. And then on Sunday we'll do the TrampCast proper. I don't know about the time. It's all going to be a bit of a... Where are we? We're coming up on 2.5 hours, and I've got the thing started on Friday night, and I've got as far as like Saturday morning talking about it all. You've all seen the videos. There's a fucking playlist. Just watch the playlist if you want to know more about what. There's only, I think there's 5 videos, maybe 6. There isn't one for every day. So where you see day 4 and day 6, there wasn't a day 5 video. I just talk about day 5 on day 6. You know, it's... If I was more of a money grabber, I would have made a point of standing out in the wind and the rain and saying, look at this, look how bad it is. I'm just not... My grift does not run that strong. Oh, look. Cheers, folks. Oh. Yeah, my grift just does not run that strong. Let me get back into chat and see what I've missed. So that was Paul. Okay, Bramwell. Okay, Bramwell. Yeah, you said Bramwell. Jaina. Yeah, Jaina. I don't think I know the Tenant of Wildfell Hall. I don't think I know that one. They all published, when they published their books initially, they didn't publish them in their own names, did they? Or they either used pen names or just initials. They did the J.K. Rowling thing so that people wouldn't know it was a woman, because women in publishing wasn't, well, women in anything wasn't really seen as viable back then. I'm always reminded of Mary Anning, wasn't it? She sells seashells on the seashore. The shells that she sells are seashells, I'm sure. But they weren't. They were fucking fossils. And she was one of the greatest experts in paleontology at that time. And guys who were in the Royal Society, so proper respected real scientists, before they published papers, they would ask her to double check the facts and to give an opinion. And most of them didn't even credit her afterwards. So they've got her correcting them and checking their findings. And they're all these esteemed, you know, I mean, to be a member of the Royal Society, you're basically appointed by the Crown upon the recommendations of other existing members. But you couldn't be a member if you were a woman. So there she was on the Devon or Cornwall coastline. Pulling out all of these ammonites and trilobites, and didn't she find a fucking plesiosaur or something? She found the first complete skeleton of a... So but she never got the credit at the time. Later, I think it's been amended later. But she found complete skeletons. And she had all of these esteemed professors like, oh, I'm about to publish, just so I don't make an idiot of myself. Can you check? Just tell me what you think. And then they blank her and don't even credit her. And when she applies and says, can I be a member? They blackball her and say, no, you're a woman, fuck off. Strange times, folks, strange times. Here we go. Yoki's the look at this. Stephanie's on the ball with all of the pseudonyms or nom de plumes. Chronicles of Pern, says Dadatrusky. I don't know that one. I read a book in this field. Oh, God. I would have, if you look back at the beginning when I was just under a tarpaulin over 6 broomsticks, I read a book about there was one spot on Earth where you could travel back in time to the, I'm going to say Cretaceous period, but I might be wrong there. And it's this place in France. Basically, an alien spaceship crashed in the future, and some kind of time ripple worked its way back, and you could travel back in time from this one spot to, and it's a one-way ticket. You went there and you couldn't come back. And when these people went there were aliens there waiting for them, kind of thing. And it was everybody was kind of taken prisoner by the aliens, and then there was an uprising, and the humans tried to overthrow. And I really, it was the first book in a chronicle, but of course the rain came along and washed the book away, and now I can't remember the name of it, or I've got no chance of ever finding it again from that description. If anybody knows it, if anybody recognizes that, basically the place in France where they all went from, the original scientist had stepped through, I think, and his wife was left in charge of the place, and she was charging everyone to go through, but then there was some kind of nasty government and she decided to go through herself. If you've read it, you'll recognize it. Tell me. But if not, I don't expect you'll know, because my description of it's not going to work. I do like my sci-fi myself, but I do like sci-fi. I've become lazy about reading, though. Ever since I got a phone and the internet, I've become more YouTube and downloading old TV shows. I'm still working my way through Elementary and Person of Interest, although I don't think I've watched Person of Interest in the last week or two. The big hold-up is I run out of disk space, and I hate to delete stuff that I've downloaded recently, so I want to back it up to a pen drive. But everything's full. All my pen drives and SD cards, everything's full. My hard drive, my 2 terabyte hard drive, is still sat here, only an eighth used, but won't be recognized by Android. Wants to delete it and reformat it. I think it's a simple correction once connected to a Windows laptop. If anybody can lend me a Windows laptop for 10 minutes. I don't want your laptop. I don't need to own it. It'd be nice to own a laptop. If you've got an old one, like buried in a cupboard that's just too old and you don't want, I'd appreciate it. But just the use of one for 5 to 10 minutes is pretty much all I ask. And I've been asking for about a year and nobody's... Hey. I ask, and it's up to you guys, but okay, we're all brunted up, we're all Dorset, not Dorset. Yeah, I knew I'd get it wrong. What's it called? It's not the Ivory Coast. It's got a name, hasn't it? There's something coast. The Jurassic Coast, I think. Again, I can throw out hints, and then I need someone to actually give me the proper answer. The neurons just don't fire the way they used to. So I had a choice, didn't I? Dorset, Devon, Cornwall, and I picked 2 of the 3, and I got the... I managed to get the wrong 2. What a dick. Oh, yeah, no, mailing from Canada. People mail me from Spain or from other parts of Europe, and because I don't have a proper address. You try sending something to the man in the tent opposite the Repsol garage, gas station. It's only got, you've got less than a 50-50 chance of getting here. Now, when I order from Temu or AliExpress, it gets here. When other people try sending me, not so much. Alberta's Badlands. Yeah, okay, tons of dinosaurs. There's a place as well, isn't there, in America that is all swampland, and they they drain them out, and there's huge deposits of fossils under there. PO boxes don't work the same here as they do in North America. Firstly, they're expensive, and secondly, it's just difficult. I probably need ID to open one. It's. I sound like I'm putting obstacles in the way, but these are actual obstacles. Ask anyone in Britain about PO boxes. Everyone, Americans or anyone in North America, I guess, the continent rather than the specific country, they assume that you can just open a PO box and receive gifts from around the world, and it's... Even Big Clive, with his 1 million followers, complains about the costs of PO boxes. Yeah, it's just different here. It's just different. Should I go back to talking about the weather on last Friday and Saturday and Sunday? Or I think I've given up on that. You'll have to just talk to me. Oh, look, the numbers are dropping off. Everyone's leaving. I guess everyone's off to watch Friday Night Tights that I'm broadcasting over. We'll see how it goes for the next 10 minutes, and then we might call it quits, folks. The numbers are dwindling. I don't want to just go on for hours talking to myself. But appreciate those of you that are here. Definitely do. And we should do this again. Where's my Tina? I'm trying to light her without getting the... There she is. Look, she is all along. She's just been over my shoulder. But, hey babe. How's about if I take these glasses off? Can I get kisses? Nom 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 nom. Tina, kisses for the camera. No kisses for daddy. ¿Por qué no besitos para papi? ¿Por qué no besitos? No besitos para papi. No? Mwah. I'll steal a kiss instead. Kiss rape. A spot of kiss rape with my doggy. Biscuit. Okay. Now, when you say biscuit, do you mean cookie? Do you mean like a scone or I don't know how Canada goes with the language. Do you follow the Americans in having different words for these things? Oh, look, I haven't got a... I'm on the dregs of my... Hold on. I'll put that... Oh, I'll put that in there for space. I'll bring this over. Oh, Jack Attack's guessing at my book based on my description. I'm not sure. Doesn't ring any bells. But then again, it was the first book in a series. Obviously, when it was first written, they didn't know that. I might, in my head, I might be more matching it with the name of the like the run of books rather than the individual one. So it might be what you say, Jack Attack. I'm not sure. Oh, these are the ones I bought. I don't know if we can see. Cheers, Jack Attack. Cheers, everyone. Cheers to the subscribers. If you're feeling left out by that, hit the fucking subscribe button. What you're missing at? These are mine. These are Emmed Brow. Where can I put it where I'm not putting my hand in front of either the camera or the light? I'm getting a bit bogged down here, folks. Live chat again, hold on. Yorkshire Gold. Oh, Yorkshire tea. Anything Yorkshire. Yorkshire teas are good stuff. It's a good builder's tea or a breakfast tea. I'm not the biggest tea drinker. If I go to someone's house and they say, do you want a cup of tea? I'll say yes. If they say, do you want a brew? And then they ask, I'll clarify and I'll opt for coffee. 99 times out of 100. Okay, I've tracked back. Now I'm tracking forward. I think I've seen everything. Yorkshire tea. Julian May. Is that the author, Jack Attack? Is that where you are? Helen is back. Okay, Helen. Oh, and look, the numbers are up. Okay. I was considering calling it quits because we dropped below 10. Okay. Someone's just left again. We're down to 11. Um, we've been going for over 2.5 hours, and we're talking about weather that started last Friday at midnight, and we've got as far as like Saturday morning. I'm gonna have to rename the stream afterwards, aren't I? It's not. The stream hasn't been about what it was intended to be about. I guess we're gonna have to cover that in the proper TrampCasts. But I do. Oh, enjoying your wine. I'm enjoying my beer. I'm. What have I had? We started. I had 2 half cans that were already open when we started. I had this little bottle of San Miguel that I've just finished, and I've just cracked open. I'll call that my third beer. If you take the 2 halves as being one, and then the bottle as another, rambling is fine. It's what I do best. It's been scintillating. The 8 of you that are still here have enjoyed it. I'm glad. The rest have fucked off, and that's fine. That's fine. It's been over 2.5 hours. I'll keep going if you keep going, but if the numbers drop much more, we'll call it quits. But it's not too many beers, no. But some people, as I said at the start, some people take offence, I guess is the word. I remember that from when I think it was when I hit 100 subscribers. And it was either 100 or 200. And I'd been waiting on it and waiting on it and waiting on it all day. I'd been out and bought some beers, and I'd had a couple while waiting. And I woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and we'd crossed from whether it was 99 or 199, we crossed to 200. And I had a beer at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I lost 3 subscribers because people were offended that I'd cracked open beer at 3 in the morning. The fact I'd sat here and I'd had one earlier on in the night, but then I'd sat here with no beer all night, gone to bed, and woke up and checked at 3 o'clock, and I'm wanting to celebrate hitting this milestone, I guess you might say. With hindsight, it doesn't sound like a lot, but to me, I'm a tramp in a fucking field. Hitting 100 or 200 or 300 or 1200 subscribers, it matters to me. I know it's silly. I know it doesn't matter in the, you know what I mean? No one's going to look back in 100 years and say, that's the night that Delta Mike hits however many subscribers. Hello, James. Are we pronouncing that as Riley or really? Sorry, mate. Don't want to offend. Give us a clue, though. Where are you, and what's the temperature, and what's the time, and how's life? The stream was supposed to be talking about the bad weather that we've had here, but it never really got there. We never really got into the weather. These guys in chat kept distracting me, and I think it was a plan. I think some of them have been communicating in the background and plotting. I think is my light getting darker, or am I maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Yeah, I did put the phone down for a while, didn't I? Because holding it in my thumb and little finger here was starting to hurt. Lady Grey. Okay, it's a companion to Earl Grey, I assume. I don't know that I've ever heard of it. What's Picard say? Earl Grey hot. And the Replicator kicks in and does its thing. You gotta be careful. Replicator is also Stargate. They're the baddies on Stargate, aren't they? Ireland. Weather's okay, but cool. Okay, James. Have we met before, my friend? I don't know. Are you new here? I'm not. I don't recognise the surname, but that might just be me. I don't have the best memory for names or face. If ever you come and meet me in real life, it'll take you 2 or 3 visits before I actually recognise you. So, I've told this one before, I think. I was sat with friends at a bar. This is in the before times, before I was homeless. I sat with friends in a bar in the park, way back when. And they introduced me to this new couple, a new friends of theirs that had moved in like next door but one or something. And I sat chatting with them for like 2 hours, 3 hours this one day. And the next day I'm in a totally different part of town and I'm having a breakfast. And there's a couple on the next table. And I start chatting, oh yeah, you've been here long, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And eventually they leave. Afterwards, it's the same couple I'd been talking to a few days before, the day before or 2 days earlier, whatever it was. It's the same couple. And I'm just having the same introductory conversation again like a fucking retard. I am terrible with names and faces. The two ladies that brought me that wonderful food donation a few weeks ago, Pat and Sue, they introduced themselves, and as they left, I made a video to Pat and Lynn. I knew it was either Lynn or Sue, but I made a guess, and I guessed wrong. And then, fortunately for me, Sue came back a few minutes later. I clarified and I added an addendum to the video and patched it up. I am so bad with names and even faces. Mark, that was here before, I don't know if you're still here, Mark Shoreland. Mark was here before. His first visit here, he came, he arrived, we had a chat, he went away. And it's only afterwards I thought, oh, I wonder if that's the same Mark I've been chatting with on Twitter this last week. So I said, are you the Mark that was just here? And he says, yeah, of course I am, you idiot. It's like, oh, sorry. What can you do, folk? Oh, fuck. It's okay. It's okay. It's not that desperate. It didn't warrant. Oh God, I'm dropping the phone now. I'm only up to 15%. This phone isn't charging that well. Hold on. Oh. Folks, I pinned a message in chat. There's a pinned message. It displays across the entire screen for me. And if I dismiss it for me, it dismisses it from the entire chat. So I've had to leave it there. It's like distracting me, being in the way. Hold on. There's James living the life of Riley in Ireland. Hey, okay, I didn't know that the guy. I remembered after 2 days. I remembered it was Magwitch. Yeah, I got close with the Magwitch. I didn't know it was Abel. Abel. Would I be going out on a limb in saying that was a Jewish name? Like with Cain and Abel, kind of Abel. Is that spelled the same? I don't know. Maybe it was just a God-fearing Christian name back in the day, and Stephanie says it's 3 here. Is that temperature? Okay, yeah, okay. Helen asks what temperature is it? Stephanie's 3 degrees C. I would have my electric blanket turned on if it was 3 degrees here. Although a couple of years ago I survived 4 degrees in that was still 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. We had a week where it was 4 degrees each night. Apparently they opened emergency shelters in town because the Spanish don't understand that people can survive at 4 degrees. Not -4, just 4. Is this... Where's the... Okay. No, it is fading fast. This... on full brightness, I had this light on full brightness. On full brightness, it's supposed to last 5 hours. So it's gradually losing... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Is that too much? Oh, it's too much for me in my face. Is that? This one's just solar powered. I get no... There are 4 or 5 settings. That's better though, isn't it? Or is it too much? It might be too much. Hello, you. Oh, is it... What setting have I got? 2 seconds, folks. 2 seconds. Let me... It's got 5 settings and it's got like a radar... What do you call it? Oh, no, off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 1, 2. That's not the one. Maybe that. It's meant for like outdoor use. You screw it to a building and it charges through the day, and then it's got different settings, but one of them is it's like a security light. It detects movement and goes brighter. I think I've got it now just on the constant on mode, which is a slightly reduced. It's not too in my face. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, we're all discussing tea. I don't have the taste buds. I don't have the sensitive palate. I'm one of those guys that likes Brussels sprouts. Now, those brassicas, those really sour, is that the word? Those really sour greens. If you like those, it means you don't have a good palate usually. You don't have the sensitivity. You need something to smack you in the face with taste. Otherwise, you don't detect it. And that's me all over. Okay, I was becoming just a lit up head. Okay, Red Dwarf Holly. Yeah. The Norman one, when it was the bloke or the woman. Okay, James Riley, you've been here a long time. Sorry, mate. Maybe I just didn't see a subscription message, or I don't know. Sorry if I've missed you. I don't want to offend. Maybe I've just got a bad memory. We've already, if you watch back, I've already discussed my memory and how bad that is. Let me move. I think I've caught up with myself. Caravan tea. Lovely smoked tea based on camel caravans. From the from the Silk Road. Caravans as in horse-drawn or camel-drawn wagons. Okay. Oh, that took a turn at the end there, where the tea got flavoured by the camel dung fires. What's that coffee that does it get eaten by an elephant and shut out, and then it gets partially digested, and they collect the beans out of the dung, and kings and princes go daft about it. Yeah, rather you than me, mate. I know it's getting put into boiling water and it's not gonna do any harm, but the idea of it is flavored by a dung flavored fire. That's not as bad as actually being in the dung. Okay, I'll give you that. PII, is that passive infrared? Yeah, could be Jack Attack. You'd have to get Clive to take it apart and tell us the ins and outs. But it was given to me a couple of months back by a young lad. One of my followers, Anthony, who comes out every his son visits me usually on his last night and brings me a couple of bits and pieces. And this light, so it doesn't have there's no plugging into USB or anything. It's entirely solar powered. But I tend to put it out on 2 or 3 consecutive days, and then I've got it here if I need it. This other one, this has done me really well. Karen got me one about a week before that police raid when they stole all my shit. I didn't realise I'd left it outside charging. When the police came and said everything that's outside we're taking, grab what you need now. But they also implied that if I stepped outside the tent, I'd get arrested. So there was a grab everything you want to keep. Oh, but step out and we're arresting you. So I was torn and I stayed inside, and them and the bin men took away everything that was outside the tent. And those are the videos that lose me the most subscribers, because I got angry and used words and expressed my opinion and my thoughts. It's also where Guardia Sizzle came from, for the Guardia Civil. Sizzle, sizzle, piggy, piggy. I think I actually shouted at the woman, the female officer. I can't. I'll be honest. I can't watch those. I can't watch those ones back. I'm frightened that I'll offend myself, because I know I was angry. I know I disrespected them. But in my mind at the time, and indeed in my mind now, they deserved nothing but disrespect. I still don't know under what law they seized my belongings. I'm on private land. Nothing to do with them, absent a complaint from the landowner, and the police came and stole half my belongings. No paperwork, no warrants, no receipt. They didn't document what they took. The police came, they called the bin men, the trash men, and they just took away anything that was outside the tent. And their guise for doing it was fire risk. Green garden furniture. Stephanie, night. Oh, it won't even be that late there, will it? But you got to go. Okay. Catch you next time. There will be 2 or 3 TrampCasts over the next few nights if you're around and if you're free. I'll try and do at least one of them at this later time, because it seems to be a little bit more popular with people stateside, the other side of the pond. I always like to try and grow my American and Canadian audience. Don't think we've had any Mexicans. Maybe there are some Mexicans out there, but I don't recall ever interacting with Mexicans on the channel. Just because I don't recall it doesn't mean it didn't happen, though, does it? I think we've established that by now. I don't have the greatest memory ever. Yeah, most people are 2 paychecks. I've always said this. I've said from the start, you don't end up in a field like this because one thing goes wrong. It usually needs 2 or more things to go wrong. But these things can cascade. And blow up easily. And yeah, most people don't have. So I say I've got thousands in the bank. I mean, it's not thousands and thousands and thousands. It's only a few thousand. If I get back to the UK, I've got enough money to put a deposit on a flat, an apartment, and pay maybe 2 or 3 months rent. And then hopefully there's enough money left to start some kind of business. I've got a few ideas, but yeah, most people don't have even that as a backup. It was my rainy day fund. It was set aside specifically for that, and my bank took it away from me because I didn't spend it quickly enough. Get your heads around that. Let's oh, stomach growl. Did you hear that? I hope you didn't. It wasn't a fart, it was just a growl deep in the depths of the stomach. Keep your chin up, old boy. I will endeavour so to do. I think I've gone back too far now. I think I've seen these already. Oh no, Stephanie's saying about how balmy it is for March. Was that the 3 degrees thing? Or we could all just talk about Red Dwarf for half an hour, couldn't we? Looking back through the chat. I somehow, hey Dwayne, the arguments have indeed stopped. I don't mind a discussion, you know, but the new guy whose name I struggle to pronounce, there was a disagreement. He seemed to take it a bit too personally. I didn't like that, but he's welcome back. As long as you know as long as it's a one-off. We can't be disagreeing with each other that much all the time, but shit happens. We have the ban hammer if we need it. I got at least one mod here, I think, haven't I? Yeah, the Jack Attack's still here, yeah? One mod, and I always have the final say if necessary. But yeah. Actually, Jack Attack, you've got more experience with the ship than me. I can't find where there are people that used to follow me early on and that commented in chats, and when I watch the old videos now, their comments aren't there. So either I've banned them, possibly by accident, misclicking on shit, or maybe they've unsubscribed or blocked me, I don't know. Where can I see, if you can send me an email, if you can, of how do I get to a list in YouTube Studio? How do I get to a list of people I've blocked so I can have a look and see if there's anyone I've accidentally blocked or that I want to unblock? I can't find anywhere on the YouTube Studio website. Bearing in mind I'm trying to view a whole website on a phone, and I'm zooming and I don't know what I'm doing. The YouTube Studio app is very limited, so the actual website I try and go in, it's just, if you can give us a clue, mate, if you're still there. At some point, no rush, at some point in the next week, if you can point me in the direction of how to find a list of people I've blocked or banned. Because I can't find anything, but there are people missing that I really liked it from the early days. And I just want to know, like, if they've blocked me, that because I've said or done something that offends them, that's okay. But if I've accidentally blocked them, that's not good, is it? L-dubs. Oh, I made a comment. Oh, was it where I asked John about how long does yeast keep? Because I've had a couple of failures with bread and things with yeast. That's the main. I mean, I've made a few comments on John's channel, John Kirkwood. Fantastic channel. I do watch a lot of cookery and prepping survival channels. If you can live through this, you can survive anything. Mainly. I survive anything. I've been here when this field was knee deep in water. That was the second flood. The first flood was ankle deep. That was my very first night in this field. I'd only just put my stuff down, put all my bags and things down, and that's the one that wiped out most of my electronics. And 31 days later, we had another flood, and this time it was knee deep. In fact, that was two floods. It was knee deep, and then the field drained and got down to ankle deep, and then there was a literal second wave, and I mean a literal wave into the field. Some storm drain up this hill must have been protecting us for like 5 or 6 hours, but then it was overcome, and whoosh, a load of water came down at once. Everything came at once, and then a couple of hours later, same again. Maybe the drain got blocked, the water all backed up, and then whoosh, and a literal wave, knee deep, 2 feet, 18 inches to 2 feet. Let me translate. 18 inches, 45 centimeters to 60 centimeters ish. Yeah. If you can survive this, you can survive anything. I try. Oh, the cookery comment. I do cookery videos myself. L-dubs, isn't it? Yeah, L-dubs. Is that L as in Spanish, the, and then dubs, or is it? I don't know. I try to decipher your name sometimes. It doesn't always. Then again, mine, I can talk, can't I? My name makes no sense. I'm not called Delta. I'm not called Mike. But DM Fritz, those are my initials. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, all that. Delta, Mike, those are my initials. But I go by Mike. Just okay. So okay. You're doing the same thing then, but you're LD or LW, dubs. Okay, dubs as in W. Like George W. Bush. He was a W. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. I'm on the wavelength now. I understand where we're going. Dubs as in W. It used to be, wouldn't it? People would say Americans would say triple dubs when it was www dot whatever.com, and they'd say, "Oh, triple dubs," and the rest of us were left wondering what the fuck that meant. But we worked it out in the end. We all got there. L dubs. What's that? I do the odd cookery video myself, but I'm not like John Kirkwood is obviously a veteran. I don't know whether he would say chef or just cook. I don't know. Some people get funny about the distinction between the two, but he's obviously a really experienced food preparer, let's say, if we avoid the specific terminology. Far better than I'll ever be. I mean, I'm just a guy stuck in a field trying to survive. One day I'll get back to the real world, and then I'll wreak fucking havoc. But let loose the dogs of war. Police, authorities, if you're watching, that's not a terroristic threat. That's not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be setting off bombs and blowing up banks. I'm just going to be shouting at bank managers. Maybe. And maybe some politicians that ignored emails. And journalists, financial journalists that ignored emails. I wrote, you get these financial journalists that will report about how a bank's ignoring some customer or how a bank's done wrong. I emailed a few of those once upon a time, hoping that they'd take up the challenge, take up the gauntlet, and go and smack a bank around the head, but nothing happened. So here I sit, 3 hours into my ramble about life, the universe, and everything. 2.5 years or more into sitting in a field. And I'm back in a broken tent as I was almost exactly a year ago. If you look back to I did a video of the last day of the previous tent and the day this tent went up. And the day the police came around because of this tent going up. And all that entailed for the coming months. And my new criminal record that derived therefrom. So thank you, Santander UK. You'll be hearing from me eventually. Hey Tina, you okay, babe? Hey, you guys, you can't. That shiny bit there, just here, that's a Tina head. Tina head. It's a snout, look, you can just see her nose. It's okay, babe, I got you. You're safe, you're with your daddy D. Oh, doxed myself. Give my real name out. You're with your daddy Delta Mike. I did that. If you ever watch TrampCast 001, I think I doxed myself 3 times. Give my real name. Such is life. Where am I now? Helen said, yoga with Helen, side band. Lost me. What am I missing? Okay, we're still all discussing tea. Oh, milk. Oh, putting milk in tea. You've started an argument there, Thomas. Jeez. Milk in tea. I used to do the website. Okay. If you find an organization online called the Specialty Coffee Association of Europe, SCAE.com, I used to do their website, and I went down and I met them all. And these are full on, you can imagine, they're the association for Europe for fancy coffee. And I'm powdered, I'm instant coffee, milk and sugar. That's me. So I'm down there and, how do you take your coffee? And I'm like, milk and one, please. And they're like, what? Oh no, we don't have any milk. It's like, what? They were all like, oh, do you take this, or do you take, is it this kind? Are you a latte frappa mocha chino? I don't even know these words. When I went to America and the guys we were with took us in a coffee shop, I was like, yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee, please, mate. And they're like, yeah, but what? Do you want a grande? Do you want a larger grande, or a, I don't know, a mocha choca knickerbocker? I've got no. I'm like, mate, cup of coffee, please. Took 10 minutes to get served. UHT and tea and coffee. UHT doesn't, even UHT doesn't last that long here. Once the tent gets up to 50 degrees, even the UHT goes off. Forgot to pick up you should always have like, if ever you find yourself in a situation, and any of you guys are preppers, instant. You can talk about having your cafetiere or French press and your grinds and all, or having the beans and grinding them yourself. Instant. I spent about 9 months here, not just drinking instant, black with no milk, but with cold water, not even heating it up. You see, if we talked about the weather and the last week, we would have got on to how my little gas stove that Damien bought me about 2 years ago is about to run out of gas because I've been using it in the tent. Don't worry. I know a lot of people will using a camping stove inside the tent. I can assure you it's well ventilated. I can assure you, if nothing else, I can assure you that my tent with no roof and half the walls missing is well ventilated. I was careful about it getting knocked over and fire risk and all that, but ventilation and carbon monoxide poisoning was not a fucking fear on my mind. Not at all. But like my main gas bottle out there is, it hasn't lasted as long as I thought it was going to. It's a lot more depleted than I figure it should be. I don't know if I didn't put the pipes on tight enough, or I don't know, maybe it had a leak, and maybe the pipe has a leak, or maybe I just had it sat around doing nothing for too many months. I had it about 8 months before I brought it outside to use. Brought it out for Christmas. But no gas in tent, very bad, be careful. As I said, it's very, very ventilated. I can poke my head out of the holes. The big burner outside Jack Attacks, the main burner on the big gas bottle it's a very big burner. In my calculations, I based my calculations on it using 50 to 100% more gas than the camping gas. Stephanie's going again. Okay. I'll check the email. Where was I? Yeah, so 400 gram, I think it's about 450 gram, a pound in old money weight in the gas canister, the camp stove one. And it lasts you get about 4 hours of actual cooking time out of it. So I figured 100 grams for an hour. I look at the big stove and the big gas bottle, and I'm thinking, okay, 200 grams per hour, because it's a bigger stove. It is just a lot bigger. My small pan, when I put that on, the gas doesn't really hit it. The gas is around the edge. It's a bit tricky trying to balance it on the edge of the flame to make that work with a small pan. But the bigger pans, I figured twice as much. So 200 grams per hour of cook time, but it's 14 kilograms of gas or liquid. propane, whatever it is. LPG, liquid propane gas, yeah. So 200 grams, 18 kilograms, 14 kilograms. Did I say 18 before? I think it's 14. You're going to get about 70, was my assumption. I think I've used about 30, less than 30 hours since Christmas, and the thing feels, it feels about a quarter full now. So maybe it just burns more gas than I thought. Maybe I've got a leak. There is like an on-off switch on the top of the, it's not actually a regulator, but the valve that fits on the bottle. Maybe I should have turned it off for all those months. It was just sat in here doing nothing. You live and you learn. It's only 20 euros though. That's the thing. You get 30 times as much gas as the small camp gas thing, but it only costs twice as much. Yeah, I mean, I tried to guesstimate how much. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to tell what the actual flow rate is and how much is. I always go as low as possible as well on the. I don't want the flames lapping up the side of my pans because that's just wasted heat. But we're still here and still live. Probably not for too much longer. I'll probably bring things to an end. Probably on about 3.5. I can't keep you all here all night not talking about. We haven't touched the topic at hand, or hardly touched the topic at hand. But for me, this gas stove, my little camp stove inside the tent, I never used it inside until now. But I couldn't go a whole week and not make a warm meal or a warm drink, not when the weather was like it was. So I broke the rules. I knew I was breaking rules. I knew it was dangerous, but I took all the precautions I could. I brought a brick inside, like a double brick, laid that down and stood the stove on that. So it was stable. It was on a fireproof surface. The dog was in the bedroom. It wasn't going to get knocked over unless it got knocked over by me. And as I said, ventilation isn't a problem. I've got a door that doesn't fix. I've got a roof that isn't a roof, and I've got walls of a tent that aren't even walls of a tent. I can stick my head out. Apart from the bedroom, I can pretty much stick my head out at any point in the tent at any time. It's well ventilated. Let's leave it at that. How old am I? Gosh, I'm the youngest I will ever be. From this point on, I will never be this young again. I think I'm 56. 1968 till now. Yeah, I've just completed 56 revolutions around this gas ball. We're working on 57. I'm an old man, but not too old. Burner too big. I mean, Jackie, the stove was bought for the day after the police took the gas barbecue away. The day after they stole all my belongings, I had people approaching me and offering me things and asking me what I needed. And a lady called Linda said, do you need a new cooker? Do you need a new stove? And I said, well, I need a stove and I need the gas to go with it. And this is what she arrived with. I'd seen one previously on the market, but I didn't need one at the time. But it's actually not built in China, it's actually Spanish built, but where are you? 400 grams per hour. Well, not on the setting I have them on, mate. I have them on the lowest, the lowest that they'll go. Let me go, hold on. It scrolled on me and I didn't know which way it scrolled. Oh, I don't, yeah, no, the big cast, no, the big burner I don't bring inside. It was a little camping, 400 gram little dome bottle with the threaded connector on top. Yeah, Mel. TrampCast 001 will tell you everything you need to know of the story of the who, how, what, when, where's of me and how I ended up here. The weather thing that we didn't really get to. And I'm happy. I wasn't expecting so much interaction with chat. Camp cooking, demonstration cooking, yeah. No, I've enjoyed this. Folks. We'll start to wind it up now. We'll end sometime between now and the 3.5 hour mark, depending on you guys. Can you show your glasses? It looks interesting. These glasses. These are just reading. These are ladies' reading glasses, as far as I can tell. If that's what you're asking about. I never used to wear glasses. I'm supposed to have been wearing glasses from the age of 2 onwards, and I did as a kid. But so many of them went under the tractor and got mowed by the grass cutter. My glasses and my fiberglass framed stunt kite, my Sky Tiger. You look that one up, folks. Sky Tiger stunt kite, 2-string kite. When I was between 10 and 12, I guess, maybe 13. I had a number of them. They'd crash on the ground just as the council came round with the grass cutter, and there'd be a spraying of fiberglass and yellow and black plastic in the air behind the tractor. But also jumpers for goalposts, and take my glasses off and put them on the jumper for goalposts. And then at the end of the football match, at the end of playtime, pick up my jumper and put that on, forget all about the glasses, which are on the floor, and either one of the other lads would step on them on the way back up the field, or the council would bring the grass cut around. How long have you been a tramp? Well, you see, I use the word tramp. That's a little bit performative, my friend. Am I really a tramp? I've got solar power. I've got this fantastic tent. I've been homeless since August 2022? Just over 2.5 years. February the 14th was 2.5 years exactly of me being homeless. I think that's when we did the TrampCast special, where I went. So TrampCast 001, I covered my backstory and everything, and in my mind that was too long a show. That was 2.5 hours. So in my head I wanted to do a more condensed version, and thanks to Jack Attack and a few other people, I redid it on February the 14th this year, and it ended up even longer than the first one, I think. I blame Jack Attack. It's all his fault. So Scotsman, they get you talking. But a Scotsman that doesn't like whiskey. And what kind of Scotsman is that? Next he'll be telling me he doesn't like haggis. Hold on. Oh. Okay, I didn't become homeless when I got divorced. I got divorced, had money in the bank, carried on with the business, and the wife worked in the business as well. Carried on with the business for a year and a half, maybe more. And eventually I decided, fuck it, I'm coming over here to Spain. Money in the bank, 40 grand in the bank. I rented an apartment with a view to buying a small... The idea was I might buy a small apartment, do everything properly, and, and start a business or get a job out here or something. But in the end, I just rented for too long, so I didn't have enough money to buy anywhere in the end. I thought it was always going to be tricky to buy a place. It would have been a rundown place in a bad side of town kind of scenario to find somewhere that cheap. But it was possible. So that was half an idea, but I never got on with it. I never did any of the official paperwork. There were things looming in the air. This was 2016. The Brexit vote was about to happen. The American election, Spain was in the middle of 3 general elections. They couldn't decide what was going to happen in Spain. So I hesitated. I didn't do the proper paperwork. And that's come back to bite me later on. But I had lots of money in the bank. And, okay, Jack Attack's okay with haggis. He is a Scotsman after all. You got a kilt? Do you have your own tartan? Are you a member of a clan? Jack MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. That would be my guess. You're a Highlander and you're not saying... Hold on, where are we? Oh, I've scrolled too far back. Oh, it keeps jumping around on me. Why would someone divorce when they're turning 70? No, mate, no. We were only 50-ish at the time. Maybe less. No, God, no, less. I turned 50 over here. I was already here. I'm 56. There's no 70 involved. Why do people divorce? Yeah. When we met, I told her that I was boring and that she would get bored with me. She said no, I was interesting. And she got bored with me. It was always going to happen. I was never... I wasn't a going out, bars and clubs and nightclubs, restaurants, out to people. I was never a dinner party kind or barbecue kind of guy. I would sit on a computer in the living room. We had a computer on a trolley. So to my right would be the TV, and then there would be me on this kind of triple-decker trolley thing on computers. I'm going back to the 90s when computers were kind of rare. People didn't have them in their living rooms or in their pocket. I was a nerd. I was a computer guy. And I don't know. My prediction that she would become bored with me eventually became true. Now, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, we'd been together since, what was I, 22 or 23 when we met. We had a good run. Together 20 years, married a bit less than that, like 17 or 18. I'm not entirely sure of the maths. I don't even know what date we split up. I tell you what date we got married. I can tell you what date we met. I can tell you all sorts of dates of first this and first that. But the day we split up is like a blur. Yeah, I don't know. Could have spent middle... Yeah, in my head we were going to grow old and disgraceful together. But grow old disgracefully. But no, she dropped the bombshell one day. And what can you say? What can you say? I'm not going to say anything publicly online. I'm not. There are things I could say, but I won't. And it's not. She wasn't. No, she was good. There's nothing bad. I'm not saying anything bad. She's obviously angry with me right now, and so are her family. But I'm stuck in a hole. I'm stuck in a fucking field. What can I do? Apparently there are arguments with the rest of my family as well. Between my family and her, there's all sorts going on that I only get a hint at. I don't know. Once I get back to normality, it won't be normal. There'll be a hell of a lot of shit to sort out still. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that I've only got the slightest awareness of from the odd message years ago. You see, my friend, she had another guy in the wings already. She had another guy in waiting. She says there was no overlap, but he was there. She already had him lined up. Like I said, there's a limit to what I want to say publicly. life is complex. People make the decisions that they make for what's best for them. I have no hard feelings. We stayed friends for years after we split. It's only after I've become stuck here that it's become really problematic and a bit fractious between us. A little bit of a falling out now. My being here and stuck in a field, we had a company together, and the company registration and tax issues and paperwork with Inland Revenue. Those of you that are Brits and that know the Inland Revenue, you'll know what I'm talking about. There are certain inconveniences that come from just dealing with government. Anybody anymore? Where are we? Okay. Divorcing at 50 is just boring. You know. The world is, when I was a kid, very few people were divorced, and now almost everybody's divorced. The world's changed. Here we go. How did you end up in Spain from UK? That's like, okay, my friend. You really need to go and watch TrampCast 001 or the TrampCast special from 1 month ago. I'll give you basically my wife, her family, her parents had a place out here in the 90s. They had a place, they had an apartment in what's called Villa Martin, or Villa Martin, if you're gonna pronounce it like the locals would. And then they had a villa built off plan on the top of a hill, overlooking Casada. And I loved the place. I loved the entire area. So when I got divorced, and a couple of years later, after maybe just getting bored and drinking too much in bars at night, I thought, fuck it, I'm off, let's go. I came out here, I had money in the bank, as I said, I was young, free and single. Any one permutation from 3. Young, free and single with money in the bank. And here I came. And it was only when COVID hit it all went tits up. But I came out here, I've been renting apartments. I did all right for 6 or 7 years. And then it went tits up. We started to go wrong. COVID plus bank cards plus banks. Yeah. Someone say something. You're scaring them away now, my friend. We're going to close up in 3 minutes or so. So closing thoughts, folks. I don't know what to do about the topic of this video. Do we come back and do one where we actually stick to the topic? Or do we just cover it in the proper TrampCasts that are going to come up in the next few days? As I said, I owe you one for last week, which I'm going to try and do tomorrow night or tomorrow evening. Maybe we'll do a TrampCast tomorrow at 8, and then it'll be back to normal Sunday at 5 my time, Central European time. When I mention times, I'm going Central European. But we're going to wrap it up in a minute or two. But I'm going to do one tomorrow. Mel. I'm going to do one tomorrow, which will be in the normal format where I go day by day through the week, probably. And then I'm going to do this week's properly on Sunday. Interesting to call my audience boring and hope not to offend anybody. But yeah, Friday's not the normal night. This is a TrampCast special. This is out of order. Out of the normal order of things, and we're supposed to be covering a specific topic and discussing a week's worth of bad weather that started about midnight on Friday. We got to Saturday lunchtime, Saturday noon. So good luck with that. This could be a regular feature where we never ever get to the end. This could be like a never-ending story. Limal. Does anybody remember Limal? Black hair with a white kind of bleached gay top. And I say gay as in, you know, one man just taking the piss out of another man. It's not, I'm not phobic in any sense, just my language. It's what men do. Men take the piss out of other men. Karen, hold on. When did Karen arrive? You just got here, or have you been lurking all along? Waiting to hear how the week's been. I could keep going, guys. I'm all right if you're all right. I actually, if nobody needs to leave, I can prattle on. We should actually talk about how the weather was. We got to Saturday morning. Oh, Tina moved and knocked my arm. What happened? Hold on. Oh, we went backwards. I thought we went forwards. Okay, you wonder if we can get hold of a canvas tent. A canvas, yeah, ex-military, military supply, famous army stores, that kind of thing, would have been better. But A, they're expensive, and B, they're heavy. So getting one over here with someone on a, like my friend Karen, who was just here, just commented just before you, L-Dubs. My friend Karen picked this tent up in the shop and brought it out on the plane. I think a military canvas one would, while being stronger and more protected against the ultraviolet, less impacted by ultraviolet and wind. Bloody expensive from what I gather. So if anybody's got any contacts, if anybody knows where to get one or how to get one, or, you know, without I've got movement over here. It sounds like a fucking mouse. Or at least sounds like a mouse falling and scratching about. Let me... I am being plagued by the little bastards at the minute. I got a block of butter. I did have a block of butter. The corners, the block, all the corners have been nibbled. I'm going to have to slice a big chunk of it away before I use that. Most things go into plastic box. Oh, I'm garrotting my bollocks again. Hold on. Oh! Sorry, folks. Oh! Ay, I'm a mess, aren't I? What a disaster. Oh, gents, you know that feeling? When you slouch down too far and the seam in your trousers is just digging in where it shouldn't dig in. Oh, if you were in Torrevieja, you'd be searching for a cave. Nah, I know lads that lived in the caves. They seem like a good idea in summer. When the wind's coming from a certain direction and it's stupid hot, a cave's a fantastic idea. When the wind's coming off the sea and the waves are lapping up and the spray's being blown into your cave, not so great. Oh, thumbs, excuse thumbs in front of the screen. It's taken a year for the tent to get this bad. I mean, it's done. I looked back on a video the other day about the old tent when I took it down. I can't remember the name of the brand. Something or other. And I did this video where I focused on their name and then showed the tent. And it looks like I was having a go at them. And it wasn't my intention at all. And I feel the same about this one. It's done me proud. I didn't expect, well, maybe as an outside chance, I expected maybe to get a year out of it. It would have been more if I could have got the tarpaulin over the top sooner. But in my head, I'd had so many threats from the police, including the time they tried to run me over. Literally, I'm not kidding. They tried to run me over on the main road. I'd had so much interaction and so much trouble from the police. I figured if I put a bright blue, shiny plastic tarp over the top of the tent, they would have been here the next day. So I held off for 6 months without putting the tarp on. I held off until the roof had gone through. And even then I waited another week or two before putting the tarp on. If I'd put that tarp on sooner, the tent might have lasted, might have lasted longer. Although some of the pieces that went first weren't in direct sunlight. The north-facing edge was one of the earliest to go. So maybe the wind was as much a problem as ultraviolet. It's difficult to know, isn't it? It's difficult to know with hindsight. So when I asked Karen if she'd been here a while, she'd only just arrived. Military surplus tent would be ideal, but more entertaining than Mr. Beast videos. Fuck. He targets a different audience than me. He's got a much younger audience. Jack attacks us, tune in next week. Same bat time, same bat channel, I guess. Am I ending it, guys, or do people want me to carry on? I'd do a poll if I was on a laptop. From here, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that ability. The YouTube app, the Android app is woefully lacking. Gaming channels. I don't watch many. I occasionally watch Asmongold, but he's become more political, and I enjoy his take. He has an educated take on situations. I'm not talking about his politics or whatever. Just he assesses things from both sides and explains both points of view, the strengths and weaknesses. Then he makes a decision. And I might disagree with his decision. I might agree with it. But as a former gamer, he's one of the more... I watch XQC. Okay, I don't watch him, but I see snippets. I see... Fuck, that guy's a brain-dead moron, and yet he gets millions of views. XQC is just fucking retarded. Pardon my French. Park a van and cover it with a tarp. Yeah, to park a van, you have to be like a registered keeper. You have to be the owner. I'm not a drivist, so I'd be illegal just being in control of the vehicle, I think. Certainly by UK standards, I would. Ramble on if you have anything on your mind. My mind's a total fucking blank. I'm just reacting to you guys. Keep asking questions. Keep commenting. Ask me about this week's weather and what the highs and lows were, maybe. eBay not always as expensive as you'd think. Yeah, that might be true. Delivery address is a problem. Don't forget you can buy views. I've never gamed the system this way. It's the same way that I don't outright eBeg and put a PayPal link on every video or whatever. I occasionally, like if I'm really low on cash, I occasionally will. But I'm not, I just have a certain ethics kind of, YouTube themselves keep wanting me to pay to advertise the channel. And I'm like, no, fuck off. I'm giving you free content. I'm not paying you. You know, I'm giving you stuff to show people. I'm doing it for free. I'm not paying you so that I can do it. I mean, what the fuck's that about? It's not like I can even get the monetization. I reached all the goals for monetization, but now I have to give them a Spanish tax number, and I don't have one. So I'm never going to be able to actually get any money directly from this shit. I don't follow the dehumanizer officer comment. I'm lost. Hold on, it scrolled on me and lost me entirely. Hold on. How far back have I just gone? Okay, I know where I am. 24-hour clock. Well, it's like once you get to 1 o'clock, just add 12, it becomes 13. When you get to 2, add 12, it becomes 14. When you get to 3, add 12, it becomes 15. I mean, it's really not difficult. You sound like an American now, because the military time, this is like this ultra complicated, you have to be in the Marine Corps to understand military time. It's just keep counting after 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, up to 23 and 24. I mean, you can say, so to distinguish between 0, 100 hours, which is midnight of one day, or, so that would be the beginning of one day, or the end of the previous day, you can say 2400 hours. And that's the end, that's the exact end of the previous day. They're the same time, 2400 or 100 hours, they're the same time, but you're specifying the end of one day or the beginning of another. But you just keep, after 12, 13, 14, 15. If you want to know what 1700 hours is, just subtract 12 from 17. It leaves you with 5. It's 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. It's... I could rant, because subtracting 12 is it's just not difficult. The weather has already improved, L-dubs. Yeah. The big holes in the tent won't be an issue for a few days. I have a tarp in here waiting to go on, thanks to my friend Karen in the chat there. I got a big tarp. I think it's, from memory, it's something like 8 meters by 4, which it'll stretch the entire length of the tent and then some. It'll stretch the entire width and then a bit, but it won't like go ground to ground all the way around. So I'll have to decide how to balance that, where to put that, how to secure it. See, if you've watched the videos, you see I've got these clamps, these grips. They have a tendency, though, of putting holes in the tarp over time in big winds. Normally they're fine. But if you put them on and have these 60-kilometer-an-hour winds, the plastic wants to get away and the tarp wants to stay, and it stretches and eventually tears. So if I use those, I'm going to want to put some duct tape on first. Also, that would be helpful because duct tape sticks more easily on a new clean surface. Trying to put duct tape on an old tent or an old tarp. Duct tape, I said this in one of the videos, duct tape isn't the miracle fix that everyone thinks it is. It might be good if you get a wound and you want to use it as steri strips, or just to bandage yourself up. It might be fine for that. It might be fine on a brand new tent or a brand new tarp. But you try putting it on a tarp that's been out in the elements for 6 months, that's got dust and sand and just general dirt. It's 50-50 whether it sticks or not. It's 50-50. So I've got a new tarp. My thoughts are that I will put it on and I will bias this end. I will put it on the ground, up and over from this end. And then some of the other tarps that I've still got, some of the ones that aren't damaged too much, I will use to fill in some of the gaps. The current tarp that's there, I will move to the far end, maybe double it over, or maybe put it on sideways to cover. So between the new tarp and what's left of the old, and some of the other bits and pieces around, I should be able to cover the tent comfortably. I have to leave a bit of room for the doors and some ventilation and not clog things up too much. But this is where having some of the lightweight tarps and the other bits and pieces should come in useful. Nothing is going to be perfect in a 65-kilometer-an-hour wind with 35 millimeters a day of rain. You don't expect to get a whole week of that kind of shit going on. You guys, I don't think you can see her, can you? I'm getting cuddles from my girl. She was perched on my shoulder, but I don't think it. Let's see whether I can. Oh, you've gone away. Oh, she's laid down. She's hiding, folks. Where was that? I don't know where anything was. Was it there? I don't think it was there. Was it there? See this one now. This is on its brightest setting, but it's just a dull glow. It's not doing its job anymore unless it's there. Put it on my shoulder, maybe. Maybe not. I do love it, Karen. I use it every day. If you're still here. Hopefully, but the weather has improved. We're all good for now. A warranty claim, what, on the tent? Here's a tent that's designed to be used for about 10 days a year for 3 or 4 years before it falls apart. We used it for 365 days continuously in extreme ultraviolet and with winds of 60 and 70 kilometers an hour. Your tent didn't live up to my expectations. Giz another. I wouldn't, out of principle, I wouldn't do it to them. I wouldn't. What's your opinion on Manchester? What, the city or the football teams? I worked in Manchester. I worked at Customs and Excise. I think I've mentioned this it was called Customs and Excise back then. Now it's His Majesty's Revenue and Customs. I haven't stepped foot in the UK under a king. So in my head it's still a queen. Sorry. Sorry, Charlie boy. I'm not there yet. I didn't find out she died for a week. I think it was a week. I was living in a field in the park. I'm living in a field now. I was living in the park at the time, and what was happening? I just didn't have access to the internet, so I charged my phone. I got my phone charged. I had a foldable 4-panel solar panel, just the I think it was a 8 watts or something, but two USB ports. I could charge my phone just about, but I didn't have internet, and I went and stood outside. I stood outside an old friend's house and just well, let's say I stood outside an ex-friend's house, but my phone didn't know it was an ex-friend. It connected to the Wi-Fi still, and so I just got a bit of news and downloaded a couple of podcasts and continued walking. And that's when I found out that the Queen had died, I don't know, 3 or 4 days earlier, whatever it had been. So that was a thing. Manchester. What's my opinion on Manchester? I liked Manchester. I went out. Okay. One of the guys retired, and I went out with a group after. And then, so I was commuting. I would get on the intercity train between Manchester and is it Glasgow or Edinburgh? The West Coast Main Line. And Jack Attack will know. Anyway, it might be both. It might go at one and then the other. But my friends packed me off on the train, pissed as a fart after this retirement do. And halfway home, I threw my ring up. But I got to the loo. It was, flush. Okay. Where am I? Where's the top plate? Where's my false teeth? Oh, it wasn't false. It was just a plate back then. It was a plate with 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 teeth that fit in between the teeth I had left. But after I threw my ring up and flushed the toilet, I realised that the plate had gone. Yeah. That was an interesting day at work the next day. Okay. Alcohol again, look. Don't put ads, it's a killer at your level. I don't have the option of putting ads because I'm not monetized. YouTube will put ads as and when they feel like, but It's beyond my, the ads they do show is beyond my control. I have no control because whilst technically I've reached the limits for being monetized and I was accepted, and for the first month I was monetized, I didn't give them a Spanish tax number, so now I'm demonetized. It's away from me again. 100 through 2400. 0 hours is a thing. 0 hours is a thing. Certainly when British talk about it, the British military would say 0 hours. Everything's 100. It's 100 if it's on the hour. 100 hours. Any other time, 1521 hours or 1530 hours or whatever. You just say the two numbers, the hours and minutes, and then add hours. Try sewing, it's cheaper and better. Sewing the tent. I've tried patching and sewing. The problem is the ultraviolet got to the fabric and made it brittle. Frangible, I think is a technical term. Where you hold something and it just disintegrates in your hand. I did a video the other day where when this wall split across, I tried to hold up the bottom and say I'm gonna sew this to there. And as I held it, it split and crumbled in my hand. I think frangible is the right word. Is that the same word they use for like dum-dum bullets? What do they call hollow point bullets? Is that frangible? Falls apart. So the idea, God, let's go off on a tangent. Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry. One of the cops gets shot with a dum-dum bullet, and the whole thing was that the bullet fractures on impact and causes a lot of damage to the person it hits. And Clint Eastwood says, who would invent such a fucking barbaric bullet? The United States Police Force, New York Police Force, I think it was. The NYPD, the New York, invented them. They wanted a bullet that if it missed its target, didn't ricochet and cause damage to someone else. They wanted it to hit the wall and fall apart. And if it did hit someone, cause less damage because it's already blunt or damaged. It wouldn't go through the air as quickly. There was less chance of it hitting someone else, and if it did hit them, there was less chance of it causing damage. But Clint Eastwood's like, oh, who would invent such a beastly, weapon or ammunition? You did, the police. What can you do? Frangible, I think it's the same word. For it might be a similar word. It might have a similar. I might be off by a little bit, but I think frangible is something. It becomes brittle and breaks easily. I'm sure Jack Attack. I'm sure Jack Attack's off there researching now, and he'll correct me if I. He'll be on Google checking me and fact checking me. Oh God! Okay, I've gone to the end, and I need to just go back and catch up. I will get to you, Yayamel. I'm sure I've pronounced your name 100 different ways. Okay, I'm back to where I was. Okay, there's Thomas, and happy to show you up when needed. And listen, if I get really stuck, I don't trust me. I will shout out. I don't want to be like an e-grifter though. I don't want to be an e-beggar just begging for money, and it would be too easy to do because I see the generosity of some of you guys. There's 2 or 3 of you here now that I think give me too much. I've been trying to put people off recently. Calm down, slow your roll. I've got enough for now. And then I've got Karen telling me, you need a new tent, get some fucking money. Jack Attack, not all duct tapes are equal. I'm sure that's true, my friend, but duck or duct. Duck is just one specific brand, isn't it? Originally it was duct, as in metalwork, metal trays and shafts, and through people miscommunicating, they were saying duct tape, so someone formed a company and just called it duck, because that's what people were saying. Don't diss this lamp, says Karen. I'm not dissing it at all. I had it on the brightest power mode, which should last 4 or 5 hours. It did me a good 3 hours, I think, before it started to fade. And now here we are, almost on 4 hours, and it's... I was telling people how you bought it, and the police stole the first one, and you very generously replaced it. You didn't have to do that. The fact they took it was my... Well, if you watch that video back, which I haven't done in a long time, but the bitch was... and I use that specifically for her, not just... It's not all women. That one person was a bitch. She was goading me to come out of the... Did you see the part where she said, come on, we'll go see a judge? She was goading me. It was like, step outside and I'll arrest you, was what she was basically saying. And at the same time, she was saying, all this stuff here, take it inside, or we're taking it away. And I, being foolish, I expected if they did take it away, I'd get some paperwork, I'd get a receipt, there'd be an appeals process. I'd be able to speak to a judge and say, what the fuck's going on? I didn't realise they'd just called in the bin men and they were just taking shit away, and that was it. No authorisation, no paperwork, no law in Spanish canon that allows them to do what they did. They were just clearing away the rubbish, even though it's my rubbish, not theirs. But that's where the first lamp went, I'm sorry to say. And my flask, they took away as well. That was in a plastic bag outside the door with 2 other metal containers, single-walled bottles. Timescale's not stated in warranty conditions, Jack Attack says. I know, mate, but there's a reasonableness of usage, isn't there? They're expecting you to use something for a week or 2 a year for 3 or 4 years, and then you're done. So they're expecting you to get 8 or 10 weeks usage out of it. I got 50 weeks usage. Well, I got maybe 28 or 30 weeks before the roof went. And then I patched that with a tarp and carried on from there on. It wasn't going to live forever, and I'm not going to hold that against them. I know you're laughing and joking. Oh, look at that. He's done the cheers thing. Just, oh, we're coming up. We'll do it. I need a drink now, actually, but need. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? I mean, from the point of view of my mouth and throat, not... I know some of you guys. Can I change my channel profile picture? So that profile picture was a picture of me run through... I took a picture of me after a haircut from Karen. Haircut and beard trim. And then I said to AI, kind of make me pretty, make me handsome. And AI did the thing. If you're talking about the big-eared boy on the... Yeah. I got short hair and a short beard, but it is me. But it's me run through AI and prettified. I can't change that. That's... Have you seen the earlier ones? If you watch TrampCast 001, or if you see a listing of it, you'll see the guy with the flowing grey locks and beard. That was the same thing. I took an actual picture of me when my beard was long and my hair was long, and I said, make him attractive, make him good looking. Don't remember what words I used, and that was one of the pictures that came out. And I quite liked that guy. I could actually see me in him, but he was obviously a lot prettier than me. How are you planning to get back to normal life? For now, it's a holding pattern. I haven't got the resources to I've got to clear a legal thing here. Then I've got to get me and Tina to the UK, and that takes money. Last I heard, about €500 to transport a dog, or to have someone take your dog. But 400, I think it was, and then I need to buy the crate, which is about €100. The plastic case. I also don't know where I'm going once I get back to the UK. I don't have a... I said before about family arguments. I don't have a base back there anymore. I don't have family that I'm in touch with. So there's bridge building and what have you to be done. I got to get back there. There's cost involved that are way... If I bought a plane ticket now and turned up at the airport, there's two possibilities. Either I get arrested because of this legal thing hanging over me, or if not that, if I get through that and they're going to allow me to go, they're going to look at my passport and say, how long have you been in Spain? And it's a lot more than 3 months that you're allowed. It's a lot more. It's 9 years. So then they're going to drag me off into a darkened room and apply thumbscrews and try and interrogate me about, have I been earning money here? Have I been avoiding tax? Am I doing this or that or the other? Am I a criminal? What have I been doing? Where have I been staying? There's no record of me on the Spanish system. So then we got to answer all those. And in the meantime, my plane's left, hasn't it? And then I think you have to book a plane 2 days in advance. At least 2 days. You need more than 2 days. So then what? I sit around the airport for 2 days. We're back. Can you see me? How long was I gone? I was busy. Jackie Tex checking my language frangible. I thought that was the right word. Yeah. Then the dum-dums and similar. I had an argument with an ex-army guy once about this. Yeah, it's about being less lethal, except they actually cause more damage on impact with the person, but they're less lethal from ricochets and what have you. What time? I don't even know what. We're on. It is midnight here. Yeah. Okay. Who knew? In fact, I've missed it by an hour. See, I wasn't. How long was the? Here we go. If they prevent you leaving, they can keep it shut on that point. Probably, yeah. Stay in Spain, says Karen. Put it this way. I wouldn't want to be homeless in the UK. It's fucking cold and wet and miserable. Here, I know that 90% of the days I wake up and it's like, what are you going to wear? Oh, maybe I'll wear a t-shirt and shorts today. 90% of days, that's the right answer. I'll be honest, the last 60 or 90 days, I've worn literally the same pair of shorts and the same t-shirt. Karen did me some washing last visit. That's here on the bed somewhere. I could actually put some clean clothes on sometime soon. I'm working back. €450 for a dog, says Karen. Do you know, I can get a return flight for 30 fucking euros. But a dog costs 450 one way. And you're reliant on the pilot pressing the button to keep the hold pressurized. Otherwise, you get to the other end and you've got a dead dog. Eh? You hear these stories. Once you're on the flight, you have to ask the flight attendant. I was going to say hostess, but air hostess. You have to ask her to ask the pilot if he's remembered to keep the hold pressurized, so your animals don't die. Or you've got the other one where they go overland and it takes 3 days, and they set off a day before you, and then you fly there and you get there a day before them. Couple of ways to do it, but it's not cheap. 450, and then I need the €100 for the crate. For the crate. I got stuck between crate and cake somehow. I don't know what happened there. Paperwork, vaccines, yeah. You have to visit the vets twice in the days before, don't you? She has to give him a worming tablet and then sign some paperwork. Yeah. In all honesty, the UK's pretty grim, wasn't it always? Weather-wise, certainly. I'm not talking politics. I try not to get too into the politics, although two-tier legal system. I will just say, folks, Lady Justice, when you see the picture of the Old Bailey and there's the woman on the top, she's got a bit of a crown on, she's holding a sword, the sword of truth. and she's blindfolded, and then on the other hand she's carrying the scales of justice, the weight scales, guilty or innocent, or all of that. But she's got the sword, and she's got the crown, and she's got the blindfold. She is blind in the sense of the sentence is set by what the crime was and whether you're guilty or not by who you are. Once you start changing the sentence based on who someone is, then you get to the point where, oh, this is a rich person. Oh, the sentence, oh, half a day. Murder, oh, no, just do 3 hours community service, that's okay. Once you get to the point where the sentence is derived from who you are, not what you did, that's wrong. That's why she wears a fucking blindfold. Justice is blind. Rich man, poor man, same sentence. Asian, African, white, European, British, whatever you want to... Fuck that. I said I'm not doing politics, didn't I? I said I'm not doing politics. In a van is the 450, yeah, okay, maybe. Oh, I don't think it's much different on the plane. I heard similar numbers when I looked it up 3 or 4 years ago, whenever that was. Oh, Thomas, what? Your cat was in the hold, escaped from a cage and took an extra trip. You got her back all right? Okay, alive. So the hold was pressurized all those times. That's fortunate, my friend, because it's not always, from what I'm told. And maybe this is an American thing. I don't know. Delta Airlines is the one I remember having a bad reputation for dead dogs on arrival. And those aren't even international flights. Those are, I think those are internal flights within the US. But I'm glad you got her back and got a good few years more out of her. But was that well said? Was that for my rant about Lady Justice being blindfolded for a reason? Yeah, I've made that comment on a few. Black Belt Barrister, I think I made that comment too. And Professor Tim, I think Tim Wilson. Get this, folks, Professor Tim Wilson. You should go and tell him I sent you. Go watch Professor Tim Wilson. He is my subscriber. He's my biggest subscriber. This bloke's got like 150,000 subs. And he subscribed to me. I got no idea why, because we vehemently disagree on, mind you, I guess he's got that academic quality. Disagreeing on an intellectual level is okay. He doesn't take it personally. I did call him a raving lefty one time, because he's quite moderate for an academic, for a university professor. And I mean professor with a capital P. Not just like school teacher or someone who works at a university. He's got an actual chair. You know, he's proper real. Got a doctorate and then time served with and accepted by his peers as being someone above and beyond. That kind of professor. I know in America and some countries they just use the term. They throw anyone who lectures at a university is professor this, that, or the other. I mean proper professor. Okay, my new friend Yaamel, pronounced differently again. What's the best decision you made that you remember? I would say my decision to get married was the making of me. I know obviously it ended, and now things are a little bit acrimonious. But at the time, she knocked the rough edges off me. I was that typical bloke, you know, eat your baked beans out of the tin, don't warm them up, don't do this, leave your underwear on the floor in the bedroom. You know what I mean? I was a yob, and she was posh by my standards. To my family, I thought she was posh, and they thought she was rich. She had her own car at age 20 or thereabouts, 20, 22, whatever. She had her own car, she was about to buy her own house, or I guess she just bought her own house. This all sounds like I'm talking about economic thing. I don't mean it that way. She was just better positioned than me. She was better than me. She completed me. She, all the things I've talked about this in the past, all the things I was no good at. If the two of us both got the same letter, student loans company back in the day, we were the last. We were the last people to get grants to go to university, and we only got them for the first year, or maybe half of the first year. And after that, you had to take out. We got a reduced grant. I think it was just coming in. Each term, our actual grant got reduced, and you had to take out a larger and larger loan in subsequent terms. In the years after, whenever we got a letter from the student loans company, we'd both get them on the same day, separate envelopes, same house, but she would take hers out of the envelope, fill it all in, fold it up, put it in the return envelope, and have a stamp on it and have it ready to go, like within the hour. If you left that shit to me normally, I would open it up, have a quick read, put it down, tell myself, I'll do that tonight. And 3, 4, 5, 8 weeks later, I'd finally get around to doing it because it had to be done. She made me do it there and then, within that same hour or two that she did. All my weaknesses were her strengths. So and probably, on the flip side, probably she had weaknesses that I had strengths. And it's a proper partnership. We completed each other, in my view, in my opinion. Obviously, at some point down the line, she came to a different understanding of the situation. But yeah, I think getting married. I proposed in bed because romantic. She had a little teddy bear, and I got the ring out, and I got raspberry wine we had in the fridge for a special occasion. And so on February the 14th, Valentine's Day, I came up. I went down. I went to the loo or something. Made an excuse, left the bedroom, and went out. And I came back up, and we'd had a lie-in. But I went and I got the engagement ring and the raspberry wine and brought that up, and we celebrated our engagement in bed with the ring stuck on the nose of the teddy bear, and he had a distorted nose forever afterwards from me pulling the nose through the ring. Little Theodore, teddy bear, Theo. I remember, Jan, if you're watching, I do remember. Good times. Best decision I ever made, even though it went wrong in the end, and it went wrong in ways I'd predicted. So, no. What would you say? No hostility on my part. Oh, we got plenty of charge, Donegal. I haven't got a proper name for you, Donegal overlanding. I know we got off to a rocky start when you first arrived on the channel, but I've come to appreciate you over the months since. Yeah, 4 hours of prattling. Talking about the weather, the stream was supposed to be discussing this last 7 days of weather. The weather went bad at midnight, and we got as far as in the entire 4 hours. We've talked up to Saturday noon. Everything else is just me chatting shit. Me chatting shit with the chat. Hefty dowry. Let's not go there. She had a Ford Escort XR3i. Was it XR3i or XR4i? What was that? The car, all the sills went and it filled with water, especially at the passenger side. The floor went through. Ford Escort. I remember. Do you remember Dempsey and Makepeace? She had the convertible version. Was it XR4i, XR3i? I can't remember what it was called. We had one. Well, she had one, and I remember a tape deck. The music that we'd played. Is it Jeff Lynne, War of the Worlds? The original one, not the remake with Robbie Williams. Not that. The original one. We blasted that driving through the countryside everywhere. That and a lot of other soft rock stuff that is now, it's now rebadged or rebranded as yacht music or yacht rock. I can't remember, folks. So yeah, we're still okay. It was definitely an escort. So the one on Dempsey and Makepeace was the cabriolet, but Jan, my wife, had the or girlfriend at the time, XR4i. Then yeah, it was definitely an escort. We're arguing. Jack attacks says XR3i. I can't. To be honest, guys, I'm not a car guy, so I don't. I don't exactly know. Oh, movement. You're back, Tina. Tina's here. Hold on. And Tina's here as well. Is that? No. Oh, there we go. Camera took time to adjust. Here's my girl. Get your head up. You're looking up. Sierra. I remember the Ford Sierra. After the Cortina was retired, the Cortina and Granada looked the same except for that little curve on the rear doors, the window. I mean, the Granada was obviously, I think it's a slightly bigger car and more powerful. That was the one all the executives wanted. But when the Cortina was retired and they brought out the Sierra, they looked like bubble cars to us at the time. They looked so futuristic and sci-fi. And now I guess kind of all cars have that look. All cars have that kind of, because the Cortinas were quite squarish, and especially the Granada even more so. But Cosworth, did someone say Cosworth? Those were the rally ones, yeah. The Cosworths. Oh. What a weapon it was. Those were the days though, weren't they? Cars were cars back then, and does rallying even get shown on TV anymore? Well, I remember watching World of Sport because Grandstand had all the top sports, and World of Sport had to make do with what was left, with Dickie Davis, with the mallard streak, with the white shock of. I always thought he'd got hit by the school teacher's chalk rubber on the blackboard with this. I think it's called a mallard streak, yeah. But see, I told you, Donegal. I told you I was rambling and waffling. 3 times I've set off to kind of to hang up, to bring it to an end, and chat just keeps going. I blame Jack Attack. Have I? Oh, it's empty again, guys. I think it's empty. It is now. And I can't put it in the bin because the EcoFlow is set on top of the bin. Let me push the button and see how we're doing. Oh, we're still on 90%. We're rocking it, guys. Even after all this time. The phone was down to 7% before. It's up to 38, even though it's still doing all the heavy work with internet and screen and everything. The EcoFlow hasn't even noticed it's doing anything. It is only charging the phone at 6 watts for some reason. It can pull 14 at. This I don't understand. My phone can pull 14 watts from the EcoFlow sometimes, and other times it can be as low as 6. 8 now. If I keep going, do you think we'll get 14? I don't know. Are you all right there, darling? I just got to sit up again a little bit. I keep doing this thing, folks, where I'm slouching down, and as I slouch, the trousers don't move, and I'm garrotting the testes. Oh, ow, ooh, ah, ah. Which are the three vowels that the Nordic countries have that we don't. They have letters for those. Yeah, I just did that to jacket. I can reverse the cable, but I've monitored it over time. There's no real rhyme or reason to it, no pattern. So it's dropped to 7 now, but sometimes it draws 14. Who knows? I do know I got a shock this evening. The cable, when the EcoFlow is not in its normal position, I brought it through here. I've only got this one cable that'll charge the phone properly. USB-C to USB-C. I got a USB extender cable, USB-A male to USB female in here. And it stopped working earlier. It stopped charging anything. I thought it was fucked. But then it just started working again on a different, I don't know. You get this, right? If any of you guys are preppers in any way, if you've got stuff put aside just in case, cables, they don't last 2 fucking minutes. I've got, excuse me, Karen. I've got 2 USB-A to USB-C cables. They're less than 2 months old, and they're borderline fucked. At that strengthening bit after the socket and it comes out, and then you have the stress reliever bendy bit snapped, and you can see the wires through it, and dodgy connection. Less than 2 months old and haven't been mistreated. Well, not in any significant way. Maybe the dog might have stepped on them one time or something, but it's not like they've been routinely abused. But they're fucked. They're on the verge of not working anymore. What I need, have you seen the term octopus cable? You plug one USB-A in one side and you get 3 or 4 USB-C connectors at the other end. 2 and upwards, but 4 would be better. But that's what I'm looking for. But I'm not going to buy them here at the Chino Bazaar because shit doesn't like it just doesn't last. Nothing from there has lasted anybody I know more than 3 months. Nothing. Is the phone set to fast charge? Probably. I always have the what's it called? The power saving mode enabled, and I noticed the other day I made a tweak, and now I've got what's it called? 5G. I've got 5G now. The death rays are coming for me, folks. I didn't know I had 5G available even in Torrevieja. Never mind sat in a field by the fucking beach, on a cliff top. Yeah, it's not. I promise it's not temperature or anything like that. Well, okay, you say a sensor reading incorrectly. I wouldn't know, but USB cables are the bane of my life. Here's one for you. This light charges. It's got a USB-C port. If I use my USB-C to USB-C cable, nothing. Because any of you that know the details of USB-C, there's something about a USB-A cable is always hot. It's always got the power on, so it just comes out. So USB-A to USB-C just works like automatically. Just the power's just there. USB-C doesn't work like that. The device has to send power down the cable initially, and then the device receiving it reads, I don't know if it's capacitance or resistance. There's something. And then the device decides how much power to put out based on that signaling between the two. USB-C to USB-C for these USB-A to C devices just doesn't work that way. It ignores them. So it just doesn't work at all. So again, don't just trust, oh, it's a USB-C. I'll get USB-C cables. No. Needs to be A to C for a lot of this legacy shit. I'm sure Jack Attack's typing something and correcting me or telling me I'm wrong. He's more technical than me. The technical family over on Big Clive's. Oh, and he's one of the honoured few as well. He gets to meet Big Clive in person because is it Glasgow? I think you're in Glasgow. I'm going to guess Glasgow rather than Edinburgh. Oh, look, it just jumped backwards. I'm back to the flip the cable and Ford Sierra. It flips so quickly that when it goes, I can't tell which direction it went. Has it taken me down to the bottom or back? There's Roy. Hello, mate, says Rob B. Okay, that's recent. Okay. Oh, stomach's grumbling. I get the feeling, guys, that when we end this, I've got to go and have a run over to the trees over yonder and take care of something. Yeah, Donegal overlanding. The USB cables they're so hit and miss, and so that was a USB to USB-C, 240 watts. That's a hell of a lot for a cable. I know the what's it, PD power. I can't remember what that stands for. Power delivery. I've never had devices that don't just. It's like this phone. If I do the A to C thing, it draws 2 watts. 2. USB-A is supposed to. USB, was it USB 3? Everything must be by now. It's supposed to be able to do 11 watts, I think, and I never get anything like 2 watts. This phone draws on an A to C cable. Lemon. I don't think I've heard of lemon. I'm on Labara, and I've had my issues with them over the months, or I guess it's years now. But everything's always, well, it's all worked, and it's been pretty reliable. We had the odd outage once. Lemon, is that do they advertise themselves as being like a British company? It's like the internet for Brits. I remember seeing a company over here with I don't know if I've got the right name. €5 for 100 gigabytes is pretty good. What do I pay? I pay 15 and get 150. I think now I get 150 and then I get gifted an extra 50. And anything unused is supposed to roll over, but it only rolls over up to that 100 that I'm paying for. So I'm fairly happy with what I've got. I mean, maybe I could save a couple of euros, but I'd be moving to like an unknown entity, an unknown. It's all right seeing a company and seeing it advertised, but how does it work? Lobster, okay, lobster for expats, that's right, yeah, that rings a bell. Lemon, I've not heard of. Maybe I'll look them up, or the next time Labara annoy me. What was it? There's a couple of rants on here. If you look back through my channel or search for Labara, there are a couple of rants. I ranted about the fact that shit didn't roll over. If you were selling me 100 gigabytes and telling me anything unused doesn't roll over, and I have 80 gigabytes left and only 50 of it rolled over, after you sent me a text that morning saying, hey, you've got 80 unused gigabytes and unused gigabytes roll over, and then you only roll over 50 of them, I got a little bit pissed off. And then we had a period with outages, I think, where I ranted a bit as well, but I think another thing was, when I first signed up with them years ago, they accepted PayPal, and now they don't, and I was having to go through a third party, and I pay an extra €2 or €3. So you're trying to pay a €15 fee, and then you've got to pay it was costing me €3 to go through a third party. It was costing me another €2 because I was using PayPal. So my €15 was ending up costing me €20. Yeah, so I got a bit ranty. I do that from time to time. I don't know if you've noticed. Do you know what they rebranded from? Would I recognise their old name? Or is that the old name? I'm lost. I haven't heard of them. Oh, look at this. We're coming from 4.5 hours, folks. I think there's still 10 of you here. God love you, and I don't know how many of you have just put the phone down and walked away. You're leaving me with the numbers saying that I've got an audience, but you're not really here. Lobsy. I was thinking lobster. I think you're right, yeah. But it has this whole, like I said, I've always had a bit of a prepper mentality, even though I wasn't like really prepared for becoming homeless in the end, because I was renting accommodation and then staying with friends and stuff. It has, from a prepping point of view, it has been a real eye opener. I mean, life changing, yeah, but an eye opener. Things that you think, oh, because I had a biscuit tin with on the go cables, all the different ones, USB 3, micro USB, yeah, USB-C. Oh, I had all the combinations of this to that, male, the male to female in all the different variations. It got taken by the police when they took all my belongings that time. I didn't realise that I'd been looking through it earlier that morning, and it was out on the plastic table when they took everything away. Previously known as Lemoville. Again, absolutely clueless. Never, not heard of it either. No. Oh, they're okay. They're a reseller of the Orange network. Okay. Yeah, I think Lebara aren't a real network. They use. Oh, was it Massmobile? No, I'm not sure. They use someone else's network. They're just a bulk reseller of someone else's network, really. Seems to be a common enough thing, and as long as they package it enough and it's reliable enough, I haven't got too many complaints, which is unusual for me. If I can find a way to complain, I often will. Okay, guys, what do you say we call it quits here? We've been on for 4.5 hours. We covered approximately 12 hours of the bad weather this week. I guess we chatted about a few other things. Me bringing the camping stove inside the tent. I know. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Like I said, there's plenty of ventilation. It was only on 5 minutes at a time, making a brew, mainly. I made the odd packet soup. But I was stood there with it, you know what I mean? And the dog was kept well away. She was in here. It's not like she can run around anymore anyway, is it? It's not like she's running through there while I'm doing it. I know the dangers of bringing a camp stove inside the tent, but we had a week of bad weather and, I need my coffee and I need a soup every now and again. It was good today. Today I got outside and actually cooked some chips. Potato fries for anyone in other parts of the world. But, yeah, what, is it 12:30? Is that where we're at? It is 12:35. Okay, folks. Let me see whether I can do the traditional stuff, and we'll do the outage. We'll do the outro if we can. Tina, go. Tina. Hey, babe. Okay. Cheers, folks, and thank you very much for being here. We'll do a. Oh, I don't have a can open. I can't do a cheers. All right, we'll do without. Oh, Fiona's been lurking. Okay, lurker mode disengaged. Okay, hold on. First doesn't take, second click. That's the one for Tina, but she's not. Oh, where are you, babe? Are you on camera? Okay. I can't see you, and if I can't see you, the peoples can't see you, I'm sure. What have I done? Oh, fingers over the camera. Am I back to me? That's me. Let's do this way, sweetheart. Can we see? Here she is. Okay. So, from Tina, and from me, Delta Mike, out. Awkward moment.